You were close.
No, you're so bad at messing it up. You're so bad at trying to mess it up on purpose. That
No,
you
I was trying hard.
Welcome, nope, you made it. It's a Friday. Hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
So, in regards to our Dananas to start the show. Actually, I'm sorry, real quick. 37 degrees right now. Getting it up into the low 50s, cloudy all day, but this weekend all of a sudden has become beautiful.
And dry.
Yes, sunny, 65 high tomorrow, 59 high for Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day. Yeah. Do not forget it's Mother's Day on Sunday. So, Kimmy, her responsibility after the show, while we watch Baywatch together, is to cut up the breaks that we do, like the discussions we have, and then post them on our podcast.
Yep.
So, by the way, you can get that podcast, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, anywhere you get podcasts, Apple, whatever we call that thing, Apple Pod.
Something like that.
Something like that. Spotify. Anyway.
Yeah, it's around.
Apple, something.
It's in the cloud.
So if you watch on the live stream or you listen on the podcast, we can't broadcast the music we play.
Right. So you're just hearing our voices.
Just our voices.
No extra
I
sounds.
understand. Yeah.
Right. So when somebody downloads the first break of the day on the podcast,
All
it
they
starts,
hear is it. But
they don't know why.
Okay.
And for the last...
And, if you're not used to it, it can be alarming.
Yeah.
It can be a little bit shocking.
But that's the first noise you hear coming out of your radio with no context
yeah,
at
that'd
all.
be a little weird.
So I feel like if, because there are people that just listen to the podcast.
Yeah, like we're having a
Especially,
stroke.
they don't catch the beginning, so they want to tune in.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
They were yelling at each other on why our timing is off, going, bah! The big news this morning.
What's that?
New Pope, baby.
How sweet is this, bro?
What?
Come on.
What?
American Pope.
American Pope!
You got to do what I say. How about that? We own the Vatican.
Okay. How did you turn this into what?
We own the Vatican.
Okay.
They're already moving the draft there. They're talking about it.
Well,
the Cubs are going to do spring training out that way.
It is got a nice setup for it.
Oh, perfect. How cool would the draft be in that big open area right there?
It is interesting. It took them 2 days to find the Pope. You do find great value on the second day of the Pope draft.
Oh, yeah.
Which they may have gotten
Look
yesterday.
at that.
This was kind of fast, right?
So that's my fault. I'm an idiot. We were watching this on the news yesterday, and I decided to be like, well, I know a thing or two about Catholics, go to Catholic school. And I had said to you guys, I go, your brother is in Italy right now.
Yes, he is.
And we're going to actually talk about that a little later in the show. But he's there. He will be in Rome in like 7-8 days.
Oh, yeah. He's 12 days total. Yeah.
Okay,
Perfect timing.
I had said I'm jealous because, there's a lot of crazy things going on in the world right now.
Yeah.
There was a lot of, contention about who should be Pope amongst the Cardinals from what we
Sure.
heard. So I go, bro, this is going to take forever. Your brother's going to waltz into Rome right as they're picking the new Pope. And 4 hours later, they had a new Pope.
It was pretty quick.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so the American Pope, Robert Francis Prevost, who is
Pope
now...
Bob? Oh, Bobby?
He is now Leo the 14th.
Okay.
Can I ask a stupid question?
What?
All right. Do they call him Leo?
Well, he
Pope
picked
Leo.
He picked the name.
I
right?
understand, but if you're Catholic, you pick a confirmation name. Nobody calls you your
No,
confirmation.
but I guess if you're Pope, you got to call him Leo.
Okay,
Yeah.
that would be weird for the first
Name
6
change.
months, right?
Yeah.
Because you've been Bob your whole life,
Right.
And now you're Leo, unless they call you Your Eminence. What do you call the Pope?
Your title.
Could you just call him Pope?
Pope? That seems disrespectful.
Why? He's the Pope.
Hey, what a Pope? No, it's like calling. Remember when Bobby Knight fought that kid? That
Oh,
student in
yeah,
Indiana because
yeah.
he called him Knight, not Coach Knight.
Oh, yeah.
You want to get a punch in the face of the Pope? He's got that ring on. The Pope's throwing chairs across the court.
Yeah, this is some big chairs too, bro.
Mr. Pope.
Chicago, Mr. Pope.
Mr. Pope.
So he's an American Pope.
Mm-hmm.
He is from Chicago.
Yeah.
You were laughing at all of the interviews they were doing locally with people about the Pope.
Everybody's so excited for nothing.
Well, no, I think the American Pope thing is...
It is, but it's really nothing.
Did you see? I saw a clip. They interviewed his brother
Yes.
who lives in Florida, and I just
In his front lawn.
It's just funny to me. You don't think they have siblings or somebody with a regular life that they're attached to.
Well, even more interesting, to your point, there was another American connection. One of the Cardinals who was a long shot for Pope and was voting was the brother of Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos.
What?
Really?
Maybe it wasn't Paulie Walnuts. Will you Google that real quick? But one of the prominent actors from The Sopranos, his brother was one of the Cardinals voting for the Pope. And it's funny, too. None of that, it's not necessary to know. But
but that's what you get when you get a new Pope.
Just go Soprano actor, Cardinal, something like that. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. father, Robert Sirico,
Yeah.
was brother of Tony Sirico.
Paulie Walnuts.
Paulie
One of
Walnuts,
the
yep.
greatest characters on that show, man.
And his brother could have been Pope yesterday. So my favorite thing about new Pope.
What are they saying?
New Pope. All right. He was a long shot to become Pope. And we know this because there were sports books that were handicapping the Pope race so you could vote. So Pope Leo XIV was plus 5,000.
Damn.
Right? 58% of the money was on Louis Angelo Tagle.
So it must be
from the Philippines.
So the odds on was an Italian.
Yeah, but Louis, it says PHI. That's got to be the Philippines, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Who is it?
Most of the bets. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Most of the bets were. I think doesn't matter. What I'm getting at is.
What's that?
Okay, like religious or not, whoever you are, like this is like the head of the Catholic Church.
Oh yeah.
And there were several sports books that were allowing people to gamble on the head of the new church.
Well, I know, like in London, those gambling houses, you can bet on anything you want.
Presidential.
Yeah,
it's
all
race.
wide open.
You got it. I just find it like not one person who's like. You had to handicap the Pope.
Yeah.
Like, you had to go and look at the background of these people and what people say about them and what would keep them.
You had to have a racing form for popes.
They really had that.
And you just stand on the rail and cheering them on.
Come on, Leo!
Wasn't Pope Francis a long shot, too?
I don't remember.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just saw them talking about it when this guy was chosen.
It would be like, like the Falcons and then the Broncos winning the Super Bowl in back-to-back years.
Yes.
Very strange. So, depressing.
What's depressing?
Well, the NHL playoffs are happening right now. The Amherst, we talked about yesterday, kick off their second round on Wednesday. It has been 4 popes since the Sabres last made the playoffs.
Wow.
Oh, wow. 4 popes?
I believe 3 or 4. I think it's 4.
Yeah, because one short.
Yeah, he resigned.
Was it that many?
I think he resigned and he croaked, right?
Did he die?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
One of them died, yeah.
Well, no, but Pope's.
back a
the
little
one
bit.
guy just died.
Yeah.
That's why we got.
Well, they're not the new death.
That's why we got new Pope.
Yeah. Remember he had like health issues and stuff?
Yeah, and bro, they all get elected at like 70,
Yeah.
80.
Yeah.
Of course they have.
Yeah, this
health.
guy's young. He's 59.
You don't look young.
Well, he doesn't look old.
No,
I mean, compared to the old guys. I think he's 59.
Is he 59?
I thought so.
Kimmy, can you Google that? Mm-hmm. Are you sure?
Yeah.
By the way, going back to the gambling real quick, less than 2% of bets were placed on this guy to become Pope. So if you bet on him to become Pope,
you
just
cleaned up.
He is 69.
69.
Yeah.
I was only 10 years old.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's almost 70. Oh, yeah. Young whippersnapper, 70-year-old new Pope.
But you would think they would have grabbed one of the younger guys.
I don't know, man.
But what's the youngest guy?
Who knows?
12-year-old Pope. No, there was a 12-year-old Pope.
Baby Pope. Yeah, but that was like way back when they were stupid. Well, they didn't know nothing.
What do you mean they didn't know
Well,
nothing?
you give a 12-year-old all that power, man.
Now, I don't know. Like, as I'm watching all this coverage yesterday, again, we're talking about the new Pope, American Pope. He's from Chicago.
Yeah. Went to Villanova?
Yeah, went to Nova. By the way, that's going to be obnoxious. Like, that student section.
Oh.
You know they're going to have, like, Leo 14 Nova basketball jerseys in the student section.
And I guess he's had girlfriends, too, right?
Before he became a Pope?
Right.
Or before he became a priest? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Right. So you're going to meet those chicks.
Yeah, but
they're going to find those girls.
So can I tell you a funny story?
Yeah.
I went to Catholic school.
Yeah.
And one of the teachers I had, Bishop Matthew Clark, he was the head of the Catholic Church here before he passed away. I guess someone she knew, like her mother or mother's friend, dated Matthew Clark before he became a priest.
Oh, okay.
And they were like 18 years old. And he goes, he calls her on the phone and goes, I have some exciting news to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you tomorrow. And she thought he was about to propose.
Yeah.
And he came over and she's all ready to be like, yes, I will. And
Waiting for the ring?
Yeah. And he goes, I'm going into the priesthood. So, I mean, it's possible. You're right. There are women that thought they were going to marry this guy.
I am sworn off of women, baby.
Right? Like,
yeah, you were it. You did it.
Is that an honor? You're the last person?
It's either an honor or like you turned him into a priest.
Well, but like, here's the thing.
Like, yeah, chicks ain't for me, man.
Like, with these women that like dated the Pope before he became a priest, you were the last woman to ever date this Pope.
But you also like turned him celibate.
Well, you don't know that. Maybe.
Well, yeah, you do because he's a priest.
I'm saying he could have decided this is the journey I want to take on my life. I don't understand it.
Like it was so great being with you. I'm done with chicks. I'm going over here now, and I'm doing none of yous.
Do we know if he's a Cubs or a White Sox fan?
I thought they said Cubs.
Cubs fan?
I thought he was from the south side of Chicago.
He is, but it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, true. You know? But that would make you a White Sox fan, right?
Well, he's also older.
Oh, yeah.
White Sox were relatively.
Plus, the Cubs kind of ruled Chicago.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hold on.
From the south side of Chicago. And he wears a big old hat.
I guess I don't know.
I thought I saw Cubs yesterday.
I would assume most people would identify with the Cubs.
So he has like a picture at a Cubs game, so I think people assumed
he's a Cubs
something.
fan. Oh, is the Pope going to go to a Cubs game?
Why not?
Well,
you got to get him throw out at the pitch. That has to happen.
I don't know if that is that appropriate for a Pope to do.
They do, yeah, but they go do all kinds of stuff.
Pope pitch.
I mean, you think about it; they're just a salesman.
Okay,
he's trying to get people. By the way, the Catholic Church really hurting in America, right?
Yeah, no. The thing you should do is send him to the least popular of the 4 major sports right now.
No, but I mean, I think you got to let him throw out the first pitch.
No, I would. Yeah, of course, the Cubs, I'm sure, would welcome the Pope throwing
in
the
full
first
Pope
pitch.
outfit, the hat, everything.
Got to do the full thing.
Comes out in the Pope mobile.
How do you throw a pitch with the Pope hat on?
Oh, that would be difficult.
You practice.
And he's got all those rings on. First of all, that's against the rules.
Yeah, because one thing I notice about baseball players, not much jewelry on them.
No rings, buddy.
Man, those guys are all blinged out.
Yeah, but not the Americans.
Oh.
If this was like a Peruvian Pope, yeah, you're going to get a lot
Which
of jewelry.
funny, because that's where he served.
What's it? Peru? Yeah, Peru.
Yeah.
Spending most of his life in Peru, which is also interesting. Like, for those who don't know, when you go into the priesthood, they just put you wherever.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is like service in countries where they're like, trying to make things better, right? Like, you go into the priesthood, you're from Chicago. Right? You grew up in Chicago. You went to Villanova in Philadelphia, right? And you spent 3 decades of your life in a village in Peru. Like, how long does it take for you to be like, this is my life now? Like, now I am a Peruvian man.
Yeah.
Because it's got to be different.
Sure.
Right?
So he also.
No hot dogs with pickles on them.
He's bilingual, right? But when he speaks English, he just sounds like us.
Yeah.
But when he speaks Spanish, he sounds very Peruvian. Like he has like an accent to him.
Do they speak Spanish in Peru?
Well, whatever because he was speaking Spanish at one point or Latin when he was speaking, and I go, man, that's a different accent than what I heard when he was being interviewed because he just sounded like a regular guy.
So you're saying he sells it hard?
I think he changes his accent when he speaks Latin or Spanish, whatever it was.
Spanish.
Well, okay.
Like when he's trying to sell it.
Okay.
You think about it, you got to sell it, so you got to roll your R's and stuff.
How many languages does he speak? So when we were figuring
2 for sure.
Okay, so last week we discovered that you don't have to have a lot of qualifications to become Pope. And this is for Legitsky.
Yeah.
All you have to do is be a baptized man in the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a priest.
Because they were looking at Trump for a little bit.
And one of the other weird thing was you had to speak multiple languages.
Yeah, because you got what 1 billion people?
Exactly, but normally they speak Italian.
Yeah.
Because they're in Rome. So is it possible he speaks Spanish, Italian, and English?
It says.
I always thought Spanish and Italian are pretty close.
He speaks Spanish, Italian, French, and Portuguese.
Holy crap!
So
and
he'd
English.
be a hell of a cab driver.
That guy speaks 5 languages?
Yeah. Well, I guess they all have to, though, to your point.
Bro, do you know how hard it is to learn a second language?
Bro, I'm still pushing this one. It's tough. All them silent letters.
Now I'm pulling for
What?
First pitch Pope.
Oh, you got it. He's got to make the rounds. Don't forget, we're getting the World Cup. He's going to come over for that.
You think so?
Yeah.
No. I mean, the Pope rarely comes to America.
Yeah, but now it's just.
He was living in Peru for 30 years.
Yeah, but he came back and forth.
You
I'm
sure? You don't know that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm sure. Maybe. I don't know.
He might be busy now that he's the Pope.
Yeah, he's the Pope, man.
But, but now you got all the juice, bro. You come out and collect a little bit. Have some fun.
Okay.
Would he be the first Pope to ever participate in like a sporting event?
I mean, I'm sure other popes have been to major events.
Well, been to,
but
is
like
one thing.
where you're on the field doing something.
Well, no, think about it. Like you don't see popes at sport. I can't think of a pope that's been to a soccer game.
Oh, there has to be.
And the last pope was like a massive soccer fan, like a huge soccer fan.
Yeah, he's from Argentina.
Yeah.
But I think he probably went to games, right?
I've never seen.
Don't they go out? They got to go out and do stuff.
You would see a pope at a soccer game. That picture would exist.
Have you looked?
No, but I remember reading an article that
Pope
he would.
John Paul II was the only pope to officially attend a soccer game.
There you go.
One?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, one,
it was in Rome.
It costs a fortune to move the pope around.
Yeah, but not in his hometown. If you're in Rome, you can't go down the street and see a soccer game.
Well, think about all the security detail and all the stuff they have to do. It's like, the president of religion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, think about what it would cost to fly the pope from Rome to the U.S., bring all the stuff with him.
But they kind of fly. They fly on regular planes.
They do?
Yeah, they don't have. They fly in regular airplanes. They don't have like their own plane.
Oh, so like when I'm on a layover in like Baltimore, there's the Pope getting a Cinnabon?
Oh yeah, or pretzel, something like that.
We don't even get to do an accent for the Pope anymore because he's American.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks
Hi, I'm the Pope, man. What's going on, guys? I'm from Chicago. My name's Bob. Really nice to be here. Still working out some stuff. I got my key fob and, just getting the pin numbers and everything, but it's going to be great. He's going to sound like every DJ you heard in the 80s.
We have a dynamite. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Going to do the Blessed Are the Jerks later.
Better line up, bud. We have a dynamite Bob the Pope. Got a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, creep.
That's right. We got Creep Cap. Creep Cap coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, just after 7 o'clock. Also, just after 7 o'clock, as we mentioned, your brother is in Italy right now.
Yes.
And your brother is doing something that we need to stop.
What's that?
Well, look, we all are guilty of this, right? But we should know better.
Yeah.
Because nobody asks for this.
No.
And in the act of sharing these things, you are being the most obnoxious douchebag you possibly can. And you're sick of it.
Yeah.
Okay, do you like it or do you not like it?
No, it's just like enough. Because it's just the way he presents it.
Okay.
Because I know the jibe, man. I know it's really going on here.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
As we talk about worldly things, everywhere you look, beautiful women.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But there are some places where the women are more beautiful than the others.
That is true.
And that is what we get into.
Oh.
Because I was surprised.
You got a list?
Well, I was surprised. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
Like when you think of the truth, like number one, yeah, I get it.
I mean, I got my list. I think every guy has a list.
Okay. I feel now immediate regret.
Why?
Because I know you going through your list is going to be problematic.
Well, how?
We'll find
out.
My
list.
We'll find out next here in the break room. Let's see you, man. Pretty women.
Walking down the street.
I think we're doing two different songs.
Oh.
Everywhere you look, beautiful women, Tommy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But there's some place you go where the women are more beautiful than others.
It's Babe City.
And look, Babe City.
You know it.
One of the oldest Mad Bowie songs of all time. Hold on in Babe City. And look, the top of this makes sense.
Yeah.
Everything underneath, a little bit of a head start.
So is this a global or just United States?
It's global.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, there is a man in Penn Yan that's in some serious trouble. And here's
What's about that time of year where Penn Yan and Batavia start heating up?
all right. Look,
Start battling Canandaigua for Crazy Town.
this story could go one of two ways.
Okay.
This could be crazy, like straight up crazy.
All right.
This could also be a guy with a really stupid hobby.
All right.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So something that's gone viral this week.
What happened?
And I want to be upfront. It's not a scientific study. It's a poll.
Oh.
All right. They were ranking the countries with the most beautiful women in the world.
Oh, country. All
Yes,
right.
countries on the planet with the most beautiful women. So, because you are always so smart, I ask you, Tommy, which country came in number one for the most beautiful women on Earth?
You're going to be shocked when I say this. Shocked.
Can't wait.
But this country is sneaky gorgeous. Poland.
Okay? Poland. It was not number one. Kimmy?
I was going to go somewhere like tropical, nice weather. I was going to go like Brazil.
Okay, not bad.
Okay.
Colombia was number one.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Colombia
they
was
always
number
win, man. They always win.
Tommy actually hit two. Then came Poland.
Wow, look
Yeah.
at that.
Look, wow, you guys actually you did pretty good this
Yeah.
morning. I'm proud
Poland
of
is
you.
sneaky gorgeous.
Okay, will you stop saying that?
No,
Now
because,
guys
they
are
always
creepy.
get the bad rap with the bad jokes for all those years,
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
But no, the women are stunning.
Okay, but something about you saying sneaky gorgeous is making me very
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
Plus, they were on the radar. That's all I'm saying.
You're a sneaky pretty one, you are.
Oh, they sneaking in there.
Okay, huge difference between Colombia
yeah,
and
like
Poland.
very
Yeah.
different climates.
Yeah.
Looking different
Yeah.
looking women,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so rounding out the top five, Greece, Russia, and the Czech Republic.
Oh, so they kind of
all
stay in that
over the
Eastern European area.
Minus
for the most
Greece, yeah.
part. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, like minus Russia and the Czech Republic, all of the other women look completely different, and it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because you're right, if we have a standard of beauty, because every country has their own different standard
Right.
of beauty. Hell, I mean,
And there's different looks with different nationalities.
different cities in America have
Oh, yeah.
different standards
Yeah.
of beauty, what
Sure.
people are into, right? Like, I would have thought if we were going to have a consensus vote, like all of the countries would have looked similar, like Colombia, Brazil,
Yeah.
Cuba, or you would have gone Czech Republic, Russia,
Right.
Yeah.
you know what I mean, Poland. So the U.S. did not show up.
Fugly town.
Kimmy, does that hurt your feelings?
No.
You would agree with that?
Yeah. Like there are very few places I think in this country where you look around and it's just beautiful people everywhere.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree
Like
with
I
you.
think
do a lot
like
of
if you see a
waddling.
beautiful person, they stand out most of the time.
I'm going to disagree with both of you there.
Okay.
It is ridiculous the U.S. is not there. Because, look, in my eyes, all women are beautiful, especially all
here
you
we go.
moms out there.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day this weekend. But,
Yeah.
I mean, if you go to a major American city, there are gorgeous women everywhere.
Yeah, but there's also the other ones.
I understand, but
Do you only notice the beautiful people?
That might be.
You know what I mean?
well, you're telling me, like, if I go to Colombia, that the women there are so beautiful.
Maybe the majority of people are better looking overall.
Okay, but then they wouldn't be. If they're all good looking, none of them would be good looking. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But to us, they would be, though.
Yeah, but
maybe.
if you're there, like if you're not used to it every day.
But your brain gets used to certain things.
Okay, if
Right?
you're there long enough.
Okay, like
Yeah.
if you live in a community with unbelievable food, all of a sudden no food is good. You
Right.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it becomes your new normal.
Exactly. Like if everybody's gorgeous, well, they just become normal looking people.
Is it also like if you picture an American woman, I can't pinpoint like what that would look like to other countries.
Like what the average American woman would look
yeah,
like to
yeah,
other
yeah. Like
people.
you kind of have an idea of like what beauty in like those other places would look like. I don't know what other people see as like a standard American woman.
Well, it's because America is a melting pot. And here's the thing.
yeah.
No, but they have
I
an
don't know
image
if
on
that
their
also
head.
like contributes to that.
Look, I think that if you talk like out of country, and I'm talking on my ass here, so take this with a grain of salt, it's going to be like the big boob, tall blonde.
Yeah,
right?
like a Barbie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's just because that's what showed up in movies for years and years
Sure.
and years. I mean, the reason, Kimmy, I think
With
you...
a cowboy hat on.
Exactly. I think the reason you're making this argument is because you live here and you realize like very few women look alike because
Okay.
everyone has different backgrounds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm married to a woman that's German and Jamaican, and she's an
Right.
American.
Yeah.
But that would
Work,
also
though. Oh, man, does it work.
But I guess that would also lead to a lot of disagreements on what's beautiful and what's not. Because if that, everybody has a different type or what they see as beautiful here, because there are so many, like you said, it's a melting pot of different cultures.
Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
As we look at this poll, right, Colombia being named the country with the most beautiful women on the planet, where would Rochester fall if we did a U.S. poll of the best-looking women?
You ever walk around an airport and you come to the terminal with the flights to like Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse? You know right away that you're in the right spot.
Okay, I expected...
Like, it looks way I'm not even talking just women. I'm just talking about people.
I expected Tommy to have a take like this.
I'm serious. I know.
You're talking about yourself.
I understand. But, like, if you look across the way and you see, like, that flight going to Miami, it looks a little different than the flights going to upstate New York.
You're going back to Rochester in the middle of winter. You ain't happy, bro. You are looking down at the floor.
I'm talking solely attractive.
Okay, so I will say somebody else pointed this out to me. Rochester has a feature.
What's that?
Noses. There is a Rochester nose, and it's pretty big. And it sticks out,
You also
man.
have a theory that everybody from Rochester walks pigeon-toed. Is that it?
A lot of people have a weird gait.
Nobody.
Yep.
No.
I was surprised how many people walk like a pigeon around
That is
here.
not a thing.
It's like, it's from walking through the snow.
That is not
So
a
you
thing.
pigeon-toed, you got a big blower, you're pale.
All women in Rochester are birds. Is that what you're saying?
All people. I mean, we're pale.
Okay. Do you think Rochester has more good-looking women or men?
I'm going to say women just because...
There are no good-looking men.
Oh, my God. No, yeah, what, really? Because you get around pretty good.
I think women have the ability to make themselves more beautiful, whereas men, if you're not good looking, it's a lost cause.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is an easy way to figure this out, and it doesn't just apply to Rochester. It applies to every city in America. If there are more better-looking women or better-looking men.
What's that?
In Rochester, do you see more good-looking women with ugly men, or do you see more good-looking men with ugly women in relationships? And I want you to take a second to think about it.
Right.
The people that you know when you walk around. Because the higher the ugly to good-looking relationship ratio per gender.
What does that mean?
Like if there are more women that are good-looking compared to that are with ugly guys.
There's an
an influx in good-looking women.
Okay.
If there's more good-looking men with ugly women, there are more good-looking men.
I just don't. I can't think of the last time I saw a good-looking man. Can you?
I'm not gay.
I'm not saying that.
I'm so not gay, guys.
Listen, man. I say
you don't
many.
even think about it.
I say many open things. And
I say many open
I
things.
do.
He says.
But like, who? Give me the best-looking celebrity in this town.
In Rochester?
Yeah,
Well, we
a
don't have a lot of
TV, radio, businessman.
Who's that kid who's on 13 Wham? Young guy does the late night news on Saturday. It's a handsome boy. Handsome boy right there.
All right.
I don't know. I mean, Dan Fates. He comes on with us. He's on 13. He's a handsome kid.
All right, so let's say if Dan Fates is like the ranking good-looking guy.
Okay, I'm not going to call him number one. I'm just saying he's a good-looking
Well,
kid.
how many guys you think in this town hit Fates level?
No, but you are so decrepit
level.
and old. You don't hang around where there would be any good-looking guys. You walk
Well,
around.
where do you hang out for the
Okay.
good-looking guys there, bro?
Oh, look at you. All of a sudden, I
Tell
see a
me where
lot
to go.
I see a lot of open guys. I'm wide
Going
open.
down to the volleyball port there.
Yeah, volleyball port.
Court.
Hey, Kimmy, can we reserve the volleyball port this weekend to play some volleyball?
Well, they played down by the
Let's
port.
get on a ship and play some volleyball
He's on the sand.
at the volleyball port.
Go to the beach.
It's a gobligation.
I'll tell you what. Go to the beach here in town, or go to the
No.
lakes in the summer, and how many good-looking young people you see.
There are two things I think men in our area have going against them,
What?
and I might offend some people, but a lot of the men in Rochester are short. And that may be a turnoff to some women.
What do you think about? You got a lot of Italian guys.
Sure, yeah.
You got a lot of Ukrainian guys.
Are they short?
Yeah.
It's pretty
You just
rare.
made that up.
No,
it's
Ukrainians
pretty
are
rare
short.
You're
that-
basing that on the president of Ukraine.
Yes. Well, he's pretty short.
No, but then he could just be a short Ukrainian.
If there's a tall guy at a bar, he stands out.
Okay.
But
What do you mean we got a lot of short guys? We got 5 guys from Rochester in the NBA right now.
I understand that,
but I'm talking about majority. If you go
yeah,
out
I think
to a
she's
bar,
right.
No, you
You're
just want that
you're
to
getting a lot of Tommies.
You just want that to be true because you're
No,
tiny.
I'm telling you,
I
as a
think
tall
she's
woman, I
right.
notice these things.
Because I think of the nationalities here that tend to be on the shorter side.
Okay, you named Italians.
Italians.
Yeah.
We have a fairly large Jewish community.
Okay.
Tend to be on the shorter side.
What are you talking about? All those famous Jewish basketball players. I got none. But, I mean, I'm sure there are.
Is Havlicek Jewish?
I don't think so. Red Auerbach. Ah.
But he was short.
Only
sure.
standing next to Bill Russell. Okay. You are going
So
after.
we're
I'm just
short?
saying I think that counts against you a little
We
bit
hook
here.
nosed, pigeon toed. Where are we going, man?
Okay.
You're describing a bunch of penguins
Yeah,
walking
we
around.
busted Penguin Town.
You're just destroying short kings and women of Rochester.
Yeah.
I want you
Hey,
to point
it
this out.
doesn't mean you can't be good looking. I'm just saying.
It is literally the opposite of what we're talking about.
What?
I love how you try to save it at the end. Do you think there's attractive people here? No. Doesn't mean you can't be good looking if you're not attractive.
Oh no, I'm saying short. You could be good looking and short. It's just I think a lot of women
Look down on short guys.
may not find that as attractive.
Right.
I love it. You can be good looking and short. I'm not interested.
I don't know why you're offended. You're not shorty.
No, I'm bothered by the fact that
It's a very
it
shallow
actually
statement.
It helps tall guys.
It is a shallow statement.
now you want to go after her because you
Well, I've
agree
told
with
her that before. That it's a
Yeah.
very shallow statement.
What?
That you knock a guy because he's short. There's nothing you can
But
do.
you
about
just
that.
said that there aren't enough attractive women in Rochester.
Yeah, but for many reasons, not just short.
Not just short.
And I wouldn't put down a woman because she's short.
Yeah, because she's your height, man. You're looking for short. You need short. When Tommy slow dances with his wife, his hands go on her hips. I'm not making that up. All right, let's take a break. This gentleman,
Yeah, what'd he do?
well, he's one of two things. What he allegedly did is very scary.
All right.
And this story could be a very scary man. This story could also be a clueless man with a really stupid heart.
All right.
Because we've seen both of these
Okay.
in the greater Rochester area. It's up to us to figure out which one it is. And we do it next here in the break room on CMF. A story with a lot of mystery.
Yeah.
That can go two very different ways.
What happened?
Well, Tommy, we all know guys who do things just to see if they can do them.
Yeah.
Right? Guys who will attempt wildly dangerous things because they think they're cool.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand,
Yeah.
there are people who do this who also have a plan.
Oh.
And if that's the case here, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You know what that means.
We're going to get a little creepy. I got a feeling we got a good one this week.
All the disgusting things Tommy said in one break yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yes.
The creep cap coming at you. Also, just after 7 o'clock, everyone gets excited when they go on a trip.
Sure.
And you want everyone to know what you are seeing.
Yeah.
And I mean,
share the experience.
it is something Tommy is experiencing right now.
Yeah.
But how does nobody realize?
What?
When you do this, you are the world's biggest douchebag.
And we know a couple of guys that do this.
But here's the thing. I think most people are also guilty of it. We hate it, and we do it at the same time.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story went down in Penn Yan.
Yeah.
Just after 8 p.m. on Wednesday, several residents, along with the police, heard a loud explosion
Oh, Jesus.
on East Elm Street. When they went to check it out,
Mm-hmm.
authorities say they found ball bearings.
Ball bearings.
Along with several residents who said their homes were struck by debris. While there, police say they were approached by a 33-year-old man who told them the noise was a firecracker and they should leave.
Why did they have ball bearings in a firecracker?
Going to tell you why. There was no firecracker, at least
Okay.
according to police. Authorities say after this man was detained, they also found 2 12-gauge shotgun shells on him. On top of that, authorities say they found what appeared to be several pieces of a homemade explosive device.
So was this guy allegedly building a bomb?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
He was arrested,
Yeah.
and he has been charged with detonating a homemade explosive device. That's a bomb, right?
I'm going to call that a bomb.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
here's where this story...
What was his plan?
Well, that's just it. This is all we know. Everything
yeah,
I've
this
given
is
you.
really scary.
Here's where the story takes a fork in the
Oh,
road.
yeah.
Because this could go one of two ways. This could be the story of a man who just did something really dumb.
Like, I'm going to get into making explosives as a hobby.
Well, he's a tinkerer,
Okay.
hobbyist, like you said.
Usually you start with bookshelf. But yeah, okay.
Some people find these things interesting, right? We all know, Tommy, guys who decide to build wildly dangerous things.
Okay.
Right? We've seen stories of guys hurting themselves with homemade fireworks. That was a couple summers ago.
Right.
We know guys personally who made potato bazookas.
Yeah.
Or effed with engines to make them shoot flames out of the back of the car.
Well, it looks pretty cool.
Right? And if that's what this is,
Right.
it's not smart,
Right.
but it's not scary. On the other hand,
Yeah.
when you see a man with an alleged homemade explosive device,
With shrapnel.
with the way the world is today,
Yeah.
I mean,
The way the world's been the last 30 years.
okay, I mean, your mind does go certain places.
Yeah, like immediately I've gone to like 7 different things I've seen in the news.
Yep.
And if the allegations in this story are true,
Yeah.
and this man has some kind of plan, this story goes from weird guy in garage
Yeah.
to something way more sinister.
Right. To international news.
How do you know which one it is? I know you think you know which one.
I mean, based on what you told me, I'm leaning that way.
But again, it's just base stuff.
I know. Well, no.
Adding other weapons into it, though, too.
Yeah,
Well, the
weapons and shrapnel.
Well, no,
that's
there-
not a firecracker.
Oh, hold on. To be fair, before we start getting 1,000 phone calls, a shotgun shell is not a weapon. It goes into a weapon.
Oh,
right.
I
It's
thought-
an
okay.
explosive, though.
Yeah.
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 I mean, so's a can of soda. You shake it up real hard.
Yeah. I don't think you could take out a federal building with a can of soda.
It depends on how many cases.
Well, you got to really shake it up for like days.
I mean, I want to. I know you want to go sinister.
Listen, I hope you're right.
I know. I'm not guessing. I'm simply pointing out
Yeah.
this could go one of two ways. 'Cause
I can.
You're right. When I
But
look at
only one of 2 ways.
yes. But when I look at the story, look, I tend to lean towards what you're saying, but I want it to be the other one.
I agree with you.
If the allegations are true, I want this to be just some stupid guy who's like, oh, I'm going to
Yeah.
see if I can make one of these.
Here's the thing. Thank God this happened
Because
because you don't know what his plan was. At least you found out he was doing this. Like, you caught him based on what happened. It
Okay,
blew up.
good
so
point.
It's not a bad thing that this thing blew up.
okay, you're not wrong, and nobody got hurt.
Right.
which
So, I mean, this
good.
is great all the way around because either way, he's an idiot for making this damn thing.
I would agree with you. How about if you live in Penn Yan and your house
Oh.
got hit by that shrapnel?
Yeah.
How do you make that call to the home insurance company?
I don't know. How about
explain that?
you didn't know that this guy was doing this next door?
Yeah,
And you got kids, or you know.
Yeah.
You know, that's why you always let your mother-in-law leave the house first. Sadie, start the car.
Sadie.
Oh, I'm thinking of an old lady now.
You nailed it there. Could have went with Carol from the other day.
Well, Blanche.
All old lady.
Oh, Blanche
Bob
blowed up good.
names.
Oh, Blanche got hit by some ball bearings.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this 33-year-old man from Penn Yan who it sounds like, okay, I'll read the charges just so we're all on the same page here. He has been charged with detonating a homemade explosive device after police say a loud explosion happened on East Elm Street just after 8 p.m. I believe it was last Wednesday, Police say they found ball bearings. They had notifications from neighbors that their house was hit with shrapnel.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, brother?
I think there's one little blurb, a telling part of this story that makes this guy seem a little bit more dangerous.
Okay.
And that is when the police showed up, he told them to leave. He's like, nah, there's nothing going on here. Why don't you guys leave? Why don't you go do something else? I mean, if you were doing whatever on your property and it was nothing nefarious, you'd be like, yeah, come on in, take a look around. I was just shooting my shotgun. Nothing going on here.
Okay.
He told the officers to leave.
So you're erring on Tommy's side here.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. About 40 years ago, come back with me. My grandparents owned land down in Penn Yan. I'm sleeping down there, and then we go to this like house up on the hill, giant farm. And this guy who owned the farm, forget who he was, he had all kinds of explosives to remove, like stumps. He had guns and knives and swords and axes, but I never once found this guy to be like off-putting because it seemed like he was doing stuff on the farm. This is a guy on Elm Street in the middle of Penn Yan with houses surrounding him, telling the police to go away. Come on, give me a break.
All right.
This guy's up to something.
Oh, he's up to something.
Oh, buddy boy.
Allegedly, all the way.
Yes.
All the way through there. So, all right. Well, Jeremy, great to talk to you, buddy.
Adios, Dicks.
There goes Jeremy. Okay, so we got 2 votes for nefarious. Although Adam, he writes us on Instagram.
All right, what is he saying?
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, a science teacher at my high school taught a few kids after school how to build an explosive device. One night, they went out and detonated it on a golf course. So, okay, so that's not nefarious. That's just fun.
And that guy doesn't have a job anymore.
Siri, could you imagine that story today?
No.
Nope.
I do think we'd all be... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, does the age, too, kind of make it a little bit more suspicious?
You're saying he was 33-year-old man in the allegations?
Yeah.
No,
because like these...
You still think that's an age where you're messing around with that?
No, I mean, with the guys that build these things for bad reasons run the age
True.
spectrum.
I could see that being someone who had an issue with something going on.
Right.
I could see that being as a guy who was into popular mechanics with his grandpa when he was a kid. I mean, I don't think that reveals anything.
Yeah.
I do think, that being said, we'd all be very surprised what kind of dangerous stuff people have built that are hiding in garages and basements across the greater Rochester area.
Oh, okay.
And in places you'd never think they'd be. Because, like, for example, I'm sure no one in the town of Penn Yan ever thought their home would be hit by homemade bomb shrapnel.
Yeah.
And here's where it gets super complicated.
What was that?
All right. If you find out a neighbor is into this kind of stuff, or some kind of accident happens when if they get charged, they still live next to you.
Yes.
Do you go and say something to them?
No. Why would you?
Because your life is directly at risk if it...
Stop building up things.
Look, if you don't say anything, in all seriousness, your life would be at risk, potentially.
Yeah, but
you could also be at risk going up there and saying something.
Well,
I don't
yes,
know
I agree
how
with
much good you're going to do by
You're
saying
not going to change.
something.
If somebody's doing this in their house as an adult, as a tax-paying citizen,
They already don't care about your safety.
you're not going to change their mind.
Okay.
They're not going to drop the bomb and go, Jesus, you're right. What am I doing
Well,
here?
not that
I'm going to go back to being an alcoholic.
It would be something more along the lines of, listen, I don't want to do this, but I feel very uncomfortable, and if I were to call the police, I don't know what's going to happen.
The only way I would do this is if my wife forced me to do it.
Which she absolutely would.
I know. And I would really dick around going up that drive.
I don't know how you couldn't say something if you found out your neighbor was building homemade explosive devices, fireworks.
Well, I mean, you call
fireworks.
why wouldn't you just call the cops?
I guess you could, but
instead of confronting the guy.
Well, my argument would be, look, I want to give the guy a chance. Look, I'm not coming over here to be a dick. I know that you're into this kind of stuff. I just am worried. I don't want you to get arrested.
Okay.
That would be my thought. Because if I call the cops and he figures out that it was I that called the cops, now we got a situation.
All right. That's
Right?
why I just don't even want to deal.
Because like here's the thing, even like these people, you get arrested for something like this, you can post bail, right?
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah.
And they're not. It's always so funny when people think about these crimes. Like, well, if I have them arrested, that's the end of that.
I'll
No,
never see him again.
it's only the beginning.
yes, they
Yeah.
still live next to you.
Yeah.
Right. So it makes the situation more complicated. I mean, that story a few years ago, Kimmy. We had a guy that was building his own fireworks and blew up his garage.
Oh, yeah.
And if I remember correctly, there was damage to the homes around his garage.
Makes sense.
So if you're afraid to do something about it, you would just be sitting in your house all day long, hoping to God he's having a good explosive day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
But you are kind of trapped in this no-win situation. I mean, like you said, you could say something about it, but what good does that do?
It won't go anywhere.
It may be unfair, and this might be the stupidest thing I've ever said to a microphone. It may be unfair to assume that people that are into building scientific stuff like this are unreasonable people.
Okay, they're not really scientists. They're just making big-ass firecrackers.
And you would think that a reasonable person, if something did go wrong and damage was caused, like that alone should be the end of it, right?
Okay, yes.
Like that alone should scare you enough to be like, whoops, I made a mistake.
Okay,
won't do that anymore.
maybe that is. I'm saying you find out about this before a mistake.
I said, I walk up to the guy. Hey, Chuck, wow, that's a lot of gas cans you got there, huh, buddy? You think there's going to be a shortage soon, like a rush on some stuff? And, boy, that's a lot of nails in that old bag you got there, buddy. Planning on doing a lot of fertilizing? Yeah, I don't want to have these conversations with Timothy McVeigh next door.
Okay, so you just sit there and wait for the house to explode and you die.
What else do I do?
And by the way,
I would call the cops.
okay.
That would be my, if I was going to do anything, I would say, hey, man, you got to get that bomb robot out here and get his ass out of here.
I would make the argument if you know what is going on, if you find out what is happening, it's less nefarious, right? Because every time you see these like guys that get arrested for putting bombs in places where they're trying to hurt people, nobody knows. It's in their basement, it's in their shed.
Seemed like a regular guy. He kept to himself.
And going back to what you said a second ago, you go, these guys aren't scientists. Hold on. The man who discovered the theory of relativity was a patent clerk that was doing science in his spare time.
Okay, but you ain't some garage Einstein over
mean,
here
look,
because
you're
you went
building
on
it
the
off YouTube.
internet.
I'm not saying that they're eventually
Packed
going
a coffee
to.
can full of gunpowder.
Okay, I'm just saying.
What?
Like, science is science, whether it's a hobby. You are a scientist if you are participating in the scientific process.
Okay. No man my age needs to be amateur scientist. Either you a scientist or you're a jerk who thinks he's smart. And you're going to lose something on your body.
As we talk about again, this 33-year-old man in Penn Yan who was arrested after police say he detonated a homemade explosive device, ball bearings hitting homes in Penn Yan. No one was hurt, thank God.
Yeah.
Not to make people paranoid,
But
this could also be something that's been passed down from parent to kid. Because there were lots of government contracts in Rochester back in the day.
Yeah.
Engineers, chemists, science
sure.
people, right,
Yeah.
that were interested in this stuff, whose kids became interested in this stuff because that's what mom and dad did.
my grandpappy was a bomber, and my daddy was a bomber.
Well, yeah.
They don't build bombs like my daddy did anymore.
Think about
He blew off the garage door.
Think about like Vietnam veterans that came home that were into this kind of stuff.
Don't want to have a conversation with that guy if he's building a bomb in his backyard.
And it's not like
Hey, I just saw that documentary on Netflix. No. It was good. It was good.
I mean, there was a time.
It was a time.
Thank you. Where cars on
bombing time.
Cars on Main Street in Rochester were just blowing up.
Yeah, that did happen. Yeah. And there was another whole rash of bombings here when I first moved here.
Yeah, the more of this conversation's happening, the less fun it's becoming.
Yeah, I'm not talking to that guy.
All right.
Yep.
Well, in that case, let's move forward and never think about
I
this
didn't hear
ever again.
nothing.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, let's get creepy.
Got a big old creep bomb coming at you. Ball bearings of creep flying right at you. That's coming up here in just a second. Also,
No.
you're right, man.
What?
This is the most obnoxious, douchebaggiest,
Yes.
over-the-top thing a human being can do to another human being.
Right.
That being said,
Right.
I think we are all.
We think we all do it to some degree.
Well, I mean, you've done it to me.
Yeah,
I've done it to you.
Yeah.
But you sit here this morning furious in your little chair with your little sneakers because someone in your life is somewhere you are not.
Yes.
And they want to remind you of it every single
Yeah,
day.
like you're trying to cheer me up, man.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. No one wants this
What's
from
it?
their friends or family. Yet, lots of people do this to their friends and family when they're the ones out of town. And it's super obnoxious.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a reminder. And it's not even a subtle reminder.
No, it's not.
This is what I get today, and you don't.
No.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You are so gross.
You are welcome.
No, I mean just as a person.
I know.
Now, would you say your face, your attitude, your overall vibe, as the kids say?
Yeah.
We take all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. We run them back for you. We call it the creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
It feels so dirty. Get down on the creep cap on WCMF.
Was Horny Corny busting his ass?
On my sister's ass, yeah.
Whoa.
That is your sister,
Whoa.
bro.
Bro, he tore my sister's ass up.
Okay.
But he did. Well, you don't think if horny corny's on you, you're going to know it?
Okay, I didn't. When I said Horny
Your
Corny.
brother leaves a mark. Man,
Blame-
and that means you got to practice and coordinate all that.
No, I think you just show up and pull.
Yeah, but that
No,
practice,
that's your mom. Dog, 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 dog. Dog, 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 dog. Dog, 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 dog. Dog, 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 dog. But my sister always looked up to Horny Corny. Well, he kind of liked it.
All right, 252W. Oh, come on, man.
Hey, well, Tane got to be the biggest ass Tane, bro. You can feed a family of like forever with that Tane.
Or
You can make roll-ups.
back in the Depression when they were eating whale taint. All we had was whale.
I believe we're lucky to have it. Kind of chewy.
Bro, you ain't doing squats. You
Oh,
ain't doing
I
lunges.
did a ton of squats last night.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's that?
Yeah, I told you I was working in the yard.
Okay, good.
And then I went over to your mama's house. Squats some more.
I think you're doing it wrong.
You work 15 hours and what do you get? Smoking outside and
a lot of sweat. Corny grabbed your sister, and you're gonna regret.
Nope, that's not.
You absolutely can. You can taste the difference. I was petting your mama's tuna last night. It was delicious.
See, you're already on the attack.
And that was an American tuna. A West Side American tuna. Oh, yeah, man. If you're
You went
horny
to-
corny and it's peas when you burn, you need a doctor.
Did he pick that up from your sister? That's what you're implying here. You finished the break with your sister giving your married friend who you insisted hook up with your sister an STD?
Possible. I know. Yeah, horny corny had many lovers. That might have been his problem.
Shut up.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So this morning when we were discussing the new American Pope,
Yep.
Yeah.
Pope Leo XIV, we had mentioned that your brother has been actually in Italy this week.
Yeah, they're on a 12-day extravaganza, Pat, from Rome to Tuscany and back to Rome again.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it's fabulous.
So for those who don't know, if you don't listen to the show on a regular basis, Tommy's older brother's far more successful than he is.
Yes.
Like millionaires.
Yeah.
And then...
And they're very sophisticated types.
Absolutely. Well, you know, the mulets.
The wine, the cheese, the travel.
But, Kimmy, here's the thing.
Yeah.
When you are brothers with a mulet,
Yeah.
you do not have to go on a vacation.
I
No,
don't.
it comes to you.
Yes, it does. It really does. He shares the experience.
Oh, so he
Yeah.
wants you to engage with or like see what he's up to.
Well-
Make sure you can also kind of get a taste of his
Yeah, it's like a
vacation.
travel journal.
Okay.
And he sends it to me almost every day, man.
So what have you been getting from your brother?
So he's in Tuscany.
You can't ooh your own story.
Well, it's his story, really. And he's taking pictures and showing me everything they're doing every day. And it's just like beautiful countryside with these vineyards and stuff, but them eating and walking and going over here, going over there, and they're on this tour today. And he's just constantly sending me these pictures and the breakdown of whatever they're doing that day.
Okay.
It's almost like summer camp for like old people.
Okay.
Tell you got to write your parents every day and tell them what
Yeah.
you're doing.
When did we decide it was socially acceptable to do this to friends and family?
It's the phone.
it's
It
kinda
happened with
like-
the phone.
Okay.
Because you couldn't do it before.
Well, no, that's not true. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
postcards.
There was the postcard.
But the postcards, but my
similar
brother,
idea, right?
right? But like
Hello
now,
from somewhere tropical.
right? But now I'm getting like live updates
Yeah.
almost of what you're
Yes.
doing.
Okay, the live update is new because of the phone.
Yeah.
Although, lest we not forget,
What?
it wasn't uncommon for either A, people to do slideshows of their vacation
Yes.
and invite
So,
their friends over.
I had
That's
I had
true.
an aunt that did that And it
still
bored
do.
the crap out of you, man.
There are also people that would make photo books. Remember photo books?
Right,
Yep.
but you had to go over and look at them.
Exactly, but they would invite people over to go through their photo
Yeah.
album of
Their trip.
vacation.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's extinct. I think that there are
Really?
still people that do that.
Man, that's really old school.
Okay, when it comes to people sending you pictures of these fabulous vacations they're on, texting it to you,
Yeah.
or you are stuck back wherever you're
Right.
from, there are two levels of it.
What's that?
So there's the social media level, where you go on a vacation and you post a bunch of pictures of where you are.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that one might be forgivable.
But who's it for?
Well, Tommy, there are some people that use their social media pages almost like a family photo book.
Again, who's it for?
For you to be able to go back and
Alright.
look through it,
Alright.
right?
Yeah.
And I'm also not forced to interact with your pictures from Hawaii or Brazil
Yeah.
or Los Angeles or Miami if it's on Facebook. I can
Yeah.
just keep scrolling, no big deal.
Right.
The personal text
Yeah.
is the real dick move,
Yes, it is.
right?
Mhm.
Because this is only for you to see.
Right.
Yeah, and you're getting it as it's happening.
And you have to respond. You can't let that
Yeah.
hang.
Yeah.
Got to at least give it a thumbs up.
You got a thumbs up. Wow, so beautiful.
You must
man.
react.
So lucky. You know, that's what you got to write.
And it's funny, like either I have to tell you how great this is, and I'm lying about it. I don't mean what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or I can make a joke, and you think I'm crapping on it, and I look like a dick.
Right. And he's going to get all ass hurt.
And nobody's ever a dick about it. Like nobody ever texts back that buddy or family member who's like, "Look where I am," and you're like, "I don't care. Shut up, stupid." Like we all, for some reason, decide we have to be nice when these pictures come.
And here's
Yeah.
what pisses me off, too, a little bit.
Okay.
He only sends it to me. Like, I have another brother who doesn't like to travel.
Yeah.
But he doesn't so I get all of it.
Well, is that because you also like to travel? Like
I
he's
do.
kind of doing it because there's a camaraderie there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh,
but, like,
no.
I also don't like my other brother is the kind of guy that says, plenty to see here.
Okay.
And he also doesn't go see that. He's like an old crusty New Englander.
I mean, you know why Kimmy, his brother, is sending him this
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Showing how great it is.
Yeah.
Well, Tommy, Tommy loves to travel. He has
Yes.
the ideas of travel,
Yeah, yeah.
right? But when you
No,
got,
I've been down to Teaneck.
yeah, when you got a half a tank of gas, you can only go so far.
Yeah.
Tommy likes to pretend he's a big shot, and as an older brother,
Got to put him in his place.
he's putting him in his place.
Is that what it is?
No, I mean, I'm being.
Why
dead
do
ass
I act
serious.
like a big shot?
Look, I get your brother.
Except for
there-
these shoes.
That's your big shot shoes because you look like you work at UPS.
That's a pretty big organization. Last time I looked. You get your own brown truck.
I'm sure he wants you to see what he's doing,
Well, I already
But-
know he's rich.
but the bigger part of it is,
Right.
hey, remember where you are.
Yeah.
This is what I am, and maybe it's not even conscious. Maybe it's subconscious, but that's part of it.
Well, you're an older brother, so you would know what kind of a dicks y'all.
Oh
can
yeah,
be.
no. When I go somewhere cool and Ryan's not there, he's
Right.
getting plenty of pictures.
Yeah.
Is,
Sorry.
I was going to say, is there a difference, though? Because I also, and I think we in this room are kind of guilty of this. If you're on vacation or out of town and you see something that reminds you of a coworker or friend,
Okay.
and you send that to them, like, or something that you've talked about before, or like an inside joke that it relates to.
I've done that.
I mean, it's kind of saying like, hey, I'm on vacation and this is great, but I'm also, I thought you'd appreciate this.
I've done that. I did that to you because I was on vacation with my wife and I saw a statue that looked like a bus we couldn't stand.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And I said, hey, man, look, I found ancient so-and-so. And it did look just like that dick, but like old.
Okay, I think that's okay because this isn't.
It's a joke.
I'm not flexing on you here,
Right.
Sure.
as the kids would have said in
But you
2007.
are reminding that person, I'm on vacation.
Sure.
No, I think it's less of that, and this is what we're sharing. That one I can look past.
All right.
It's the look at the sunset, look at the beach, look at this mountain hike that I'm taking.
Yes, and
Like,
that's what this is. And like, and my brother even wrote in this one. He goes, we finally landed in Tuscany, even though our luggage didn't. But between the wine, the cheese, and the music and the fun, it makes everything tolerable.
bro, that sounds like you.
I don't talk. Well, I do that part, but
You
I
do,
don't
yeah,
do
no.
the other part.
252.
And I'm off cheese with my cholesterol.
Yeah, you should move to Asia.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
And then take pictures of China and send it back.
Asia, no heart attacks.
Okay, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy's brother is currently in Italy right now, and he is texting him pictures every single day.
Yes.
Multiple pictures a
Yeah.
day about all the cool things he's seeing, and Tommy's pissed, but he's got to pretend it's cool. Oh wow, pretty sweet. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
We are all in agreement here in this room that this is a dick move, right?
Yes, it is.
So then why does everybody do it?
Because everybody wants to brag about what they're doing. Everybody wants to feel like a big shot.
Because you've done this to your brother.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, like you can't sit here and tell me you've never gone on a
Hey,
trip.
check out the Dairy Queen in Duluth next time you're
I mean,
a broke
okay.
comic who just blew an alternator.
To that point.
Wait, Steve Alternator?
Like my dad is guilty of this, and he will do it for like the lowest level of like flex. Like there was one time where
The schlub tour?
We have like a family group chat, and he was in Detroit for a wedding, and he took a picture. He had a kitchen in his hotel room,
Oh,
so he had to take a picture of the kitchen in his hotel room. Look at this kitchen,
had a
and
suite.
check out our view of Detroit. Like it was just like, cool, Steve. Like. Why do we need to know about your kitchen in your hotel room?
My dad, maybe it's a generational thing, because my dad is also the worst offender of this. My dad is so bad. He will send back pictures of people who he wants us to believe are celebrities that are not actually celebrities.
Okay, like I ran into so-and-so, but it's really not them.
Can I tell you a story?
Yeah.
He's got some buddies that live on Long Island. Goes down visiting some every once in a while.
Yeah.
So he's at they went into the city, and he's at some Italian restaurant, and he sends everybody a picture. And he goes, I met Billy Joel. And the man.
Billy Joel was at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's New York,
Yeah.
it's an Italian restaurant.
There's always a possibility, I guess.
There's a song or two about it.
Yeah.
The man in the picture is not Billy Joel.
Okay.
But he thinks it is?
Now, this happened like 20 years ago.
Okay.
And to this day.
He still believes?
No, I
So
don't.
he has like a film photo.
A photo. No. It was right when like my dad was one of the first guys to get a phone you could text pictures with.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So like some sort of flip phone with a camera.
Maybe it was like 15 years. So like to this day, I still don't know if my dad believes that was Billy Joel,
Yeah.
or he found a guy that looked like Billy Joel to try and convince us that he met Billy Joel.
Right.
And this has happened
Just
on like
grainy enough where
Yeah,
you can't tell.
Exactly, but this has happened on like 4 different occasions where he'll be like, "Look who I met, big celebrity,"
Yeah.
and the picture is obviously not him and that celebrity. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if he
that-
believes it or he's just trying to make us jealous.
Well,
So-
dads can fake that easily because they're terrible at taking pictures too. So you actually don't ever really know what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's like a grainy Bigfoot
Yeah.
picture of the guy. So there is one thing I think like your daughters, like taking pictures and sending them, it's just normal to them.
Yes.
So I wonder if that's the generation where none of this, they won't even they won't know what they're doing to other people because everybody's going to be doing it.
No, you're right.
Or
Like, they're
will they
just-
see it as like a nerdy thing to do because the adults in their lives do it?
No, but they're so used to phones and pictures.
Yeah.
And
I see what you're saying. Like sharing.
Yeah, like it won't even mean anything anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Actually, my kids, I love them to death.
Yeah.
They send me
Just part of the conversation.
Yeah.
but the stupidest things that are not impressive.
Right.
Like, look, this mochi tea has coconut in it. Like, I don't care.
Right.
Look, this ramen, it's always Asian food for some
So
reason.
we'll get it to such a level of annoying worldwide where it won't affect anybody
But
anymore.
to your point, they won't see it. It's annoying.
Right, it'll be
Yeah.
our new normal.
Yeah, you got
All
it.
right.
Yeah.
So no, I guess in a way, like my generation is the pioneers of being annoying.
See what a dick he is? He even tries to, like,
Yeah,
take
spin it.
I didn't think
Sure,
about that. Like
whatever
the
you
Lewis
wanna
and Clark
say.
of annoying.
So, I mean, is there a situation where it's not obnoxious to send that vacation photo to a
But-
friend
but-
or a family
but-
member?
but it's like-
Other than what Kimmy brought up?
What would that be? Because like if I'm never, let's say you're gonna go someplace I'm never gonna go.
Yeah.
And I've had no interest in it. Why are you sending me that?
Well, okay, there are some people that want to see. They usually ask for the pictures.
Right. But let's say you just got it.
Yeah.
That's a dick.
Yeah, but I mean, Dick, you could also, if we're going to try and find like a silver lining, like this
Right.
is not as bad as we think, you could also look at it as this person cares about you so much they want to share this experience
Okay.
with you.
Yes, that would be a sweet thing, but I'm not buying it.
Well, no, like my wife gets upset when I don't, if I am out of town without her,
Yeah.
she wants me to send her pictures
Well,
of stuff
that's
I'm doing.
between husband and wife. That's perfectly normal.
Brother to brother.
I don't bone my brother, man. Even though
Okay.
we are from the South. Ain't no brother boning in this family. Mulays don't bone. Brothers. Put that on a T-shirt. Here's the
You
other
sell
thing.
2 of 'em.
Like if you know somebody that's taking let's say you know somebody that's taking a tour
Yeah.
that you're never going to take, you have no interest in. Let's say they take one of them cruises to Alaska, which I do not understand.
I'm with you on that.
I don't get it.
You
And
like
it-
cold?
Yeah. Cold in an open boat. I think they call that fishing. and they'll go, oh, we went to Alaska. And, yeah, I'm not interested. Oh, you should check it out. You should really do it. No, it's not for me. Oh, no, the views. They're breathtaking. It changed my life. Shut up.
Well, everybody I know that went on those lives in like a warm climate.
But
so
they don't
that-
shut up about
Yeah.
it.
You know, we haven't even gotten to the worst offenders.
What?
The ones who move away and remind you of where they are.
Well, those are
single day.
Floridians.
Well, that's what Floridians, Carolinas, California, whatever.
But
like
Florida was the first one to kick that off.
picture of a sunset every night. Picture of the beach every morning.
How about Christmas time when they had to remind you that they're going to the beach and you're shoveling snow?
And they always include what the temperature is with that picture, too. 70 degrees in December sunset. Like, I can
they're at Knob Cove.
Yeah, is it weird? Your sister had a place out there.
Horny Corny was there, too.
Like, I can forgive someone being so excited and wrapped up in their vacation that they, like, lose all semblance of this is inappropriate.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I can't forgive
Is if you live it every day.
You've lived it for 8 months, 2 years, 5 years, and I'm still getting these texts. Shut up.
It's, like,
Well, it's
it's
funny you
70 degrees. It's chilly. I need a jacket today.
So, to your point about, you know, like, this is the 11th time my brother and my sister-in-law have been to Italy.
11?
11?
Yeah, the 11th time.
What are they, Allied soldiers?
I don't know, man. Like,
How much
waiting
more
on,
do they need to see of Italy?
They go all the time.
Do they not have an Olive Garden where they live?
They do, probably, because they live in Florida. But, like, they do this. So it's not even unique anymore.
Yeah.
They go to the same places, and they just keep sending the same photos.
Oh. All right, well, in
Yeah.
that case, they're dicks.
Right. I mean, you know, because they got these rich friends and they travel with them.
All right. It's been decided. Giant dick.
Yes.
We move on.
All right.
It is Mother's Day on Sunday,
Oh, yeah.
which maybe makes doing this story today inappropriate, but it is what it is. I mean, it happened here in our area.
Mm-hmm.
And it's another one of these tales of different parents will have different feelings based on how they were raised
Okay.
and how they raised their kids.
Mhm.
Because there is no set law in this state as to what officially makes this illegal.
Oh.
And we'll give you the details that we have. Because here's the thing, man. I get why you would have to charge this woman personally, but I could also understand folks being like, this is the age where it starts. It's okay.
All right.
We'll get to it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. Moms and dads, start your engines.
What's going on?
Well, there's a woman that's been arrested for a crime involving a child. A crime that is not clearly defined anywhere in our state's law.
Oh.
Which leads to parents, I guess, using their best judgment to decide if they'll get arrested. And that's where this gets dicey.
Oh.
Because there are going to be parents in this conversation that are okay with what this woman allegedly did, even though she ended up in handcuffs.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45, your RG&E bill is about to go up.
How bad?
Well, that's what the question is,
Yeah.
right? We know how much it's going to be, but Kimmy, I mean, it's a pretty significant increase monthly.
Oh.
Yeah.
This one you will notice. But it seems like RG&E would have been smarter to do it smaller.
Oh, like ease into it?
Over time, because you bring up a great point.
Oh, yeah. You think you would notice this amount?
Yeah, this one, yes.
Okay.
Anything lower, maybe not.
All right.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A 28-year-old woman has been arrested in Farmington for charges of endangering the welfare of a child.
What'd she do?
This woman is facing these charges for allegedly leaving an 8-year-old child home alone.
Oh.
So to be clear, we don't
Yeah.
know the relationship between the child and this woman.
Right.
Authorities, for the sake of the kid, never make it clear in these stories. But not only was she arrested, Child Protective Services was notified of the incident.
So that means they're going to remove the kid?
Well, no, I mean, there's an investigation.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea. So
All right.
before we get into this conversation, it is important to point out that we don't know if there are any details that would have led to the police getting called.
All right.
There aren't any reports of an accident or anything like that in this story, but we do know someone else may have called or may have seen something and called the authorities.
Yeah.
That being said, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Is 8 years old too young to be left home alone?
So I don't know what an 8-year-old looks like.
What grade are you in at 8?
Third, fourth grade, right? Is that about
okay.
right?
Like, what's the size of an 8? I don't know what an 8-year-old looks like. You know
So
what I
take
mean?
your jacket off. You're there.
Oh, okay. Well, you can leave me alone.
No, you can't.
Yeah, there's liquor now.
Remember, and last time you got left alone, you ended up in a tree.
Yeah, true. It sounds kind of young, but I guess you got to know your kid, right?
But that's just it, right? Like, okay, so at 8, Kimmy,
Yeah.
you're at an age where you really shouldn't be doing anything for yourself. Like, you're not making your own
No,
meals.
no.
You're not doing your own laundry.
But you're aware enough to make a phone call if you need to.
Okay.
Probably.
But then the argument would be if you have to make the phone call, it may be too late. And do you have the ability to make the phone call? That being said, there are 8-year-olds that exist that could handle just fine being alone. And if a disaster happened, would know
Yeah.
what to do.
Yeah, I mean, but probably, yeah, it's probably too young, I guess.
So the police thought it was too young. it
Yeah.
seems. So you're saying 8 years old, too young, 3rd, 4th grade.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you got to hit like double digits.
All
like
right.
10 minimum.
But you guys don't have kids.
No, I'm trying to think. Like, I think the first time I was left alone, like my parents had left briefly to go run an errand. I was probably about 5th grade.
Okay.
So I don't know how 9, 10.
9, 10?
Yeah, I mean, 10 you should be able to
And I
handle
remember
yourself.
feeling like I got this. I think I just sat and watched TV the whole time.
Not much
It's not like I was doing much.
Yeah.
Would the average parent have an issue with 8 years old being left home alone? Right?
I mean, it sounds like they would.
But, I mean, this leads us into a problem every time a parent like this a parent is arrested or a person is arrested for something like this.
Yeah.
Every single kid is different when it comes to how mature they are and how prepared they are to be alone.
And sometimes you may not have a choice, right? I mean, if you don't have resources, you got to run out and do something. And I don't know. I mean, there could be a reason why you'd have to leave them there for a bit.
No, I understand. And look, there are
Because you had options.
So there's a story that just happened a couple weeks ago, and I don't know if you saw it. There was a dad. He had a job interview. He left like a 10, a 6, and a 4-year-old kid alone in a McDonald's.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't bring the kids to the job interview. He just left him there, went to the job interview, went back and got him. He was arrested for it, and a whole bunch of people raised a ton of money for the guy because, like you said, he was in a desperate spot. He was trying to make put his family in a better situation.
Right.
And I don't know if I got the details right.
No,
but yes,
but
that one I get.
Yeah.
But that being said, if this woman was in a desperate spot and something happened with this 8-year-old, there would be way less sympathy. You get what I'm saying?
True.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before we go to the phone, there are juniors in high school that would get themselves in serious trouble being in charge of the house.
Yeah.
There are people who did what we are describing here in elementary school when they were younger. And to be clear, the state does not help parents at all decide when it's okay to leave your kid on your own. Because, Kimmy, we've looked this up before.
There's no actual age.
There's no guideline.
They do not put an age. There is not a number that they put on this thing. It's vague on purpose, which is a problem.
Yeah.
And it may be time for the state to just give us a number, even if it's too high. Like, give me a 12 or a 13.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if you leave it up to me.
It's a judgment call.
Right.
But I can get arrested from a judgment call.
Exactly. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You want to start with a man or a woman?
That's a lady.
All right, we'll start with Desiree. She's on CMF. Hey, Desiree, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
So there's a lot of meddling people in the world. That's the first thing. Because a friend of mine a while back, her 15-year-old daughter was sitting in the car while she ran into the store, and some woman went up to her and said, basically threatened to call CPS on her.
Okay.
Which is ridiculous. Secondly, it depends on the kid. That's why the state doesn't give us an age.
No, I mean, look, I get that idea. I get it. But here's the problem. It's like if you create a law, I need guidance to follow the law. So if you go, it's up to me, can your kid handle it? And I go, I think they can. And then they go, well, no, actually, you're under arrest.
Right,
that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. But the thing with this story is that, like you said, there's no details. So I think my guess is that some meddling neighbor decided that this child shouldn't be left home alone when it's none of their business.
Okay, it's easy to sit here and go meddling neighbor, but like the counter argument to that is, right, like if there is a parent or someone responsible for a child that is being irresponsible, that person that is, quote, meddling could be stepping in and keeping that child from hurting themselves or something worse.
True. If they're not being, if they're truly concerned for the child and not just meddling.
Well, okay, but again, define meddling? What is meddling?
See, that's what New York State has to come down. What are the meddling laws? Desiree.
Tommy.
Said your name, too.
And then, in my personal experience, I have two kids. My son, I would never have left home alone at 8. My daughter, I would.
Okay.
It's just about, you know, how you, and it's not really even about whether I think they, how they would handle themselves in an emergency. It's just about who they are. Like, if I feel confident that they're comfortable, I guess.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right. Desiree, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Desiree, very sweet woman. She seems like, there was nothing there in that call that helps anything, right? Because, like, again, I get it. I get as a parent, there is that fear that someone from the outside is looking at you and you've got this under control and how dare you tell me how to raise my child. But then again, we've seen stories where if people don't speak up, it's a serious issue for that kid, right?
But I guess I kind of see her point, and she's saying some people just want to involve themselves when there's no concern.
Okay.
It's more just, I don't agree with what my neighbor's doing.
But that's also a judgment call.
Or agree with, you know, what that parent did.
But that's also a judgment call based on you as a parent feeling like you're getting called out for something that you don't think is inappropriate. Do you get what I'm saying? No. Like whether or not, what is meddling, right?
Yeah.
I think you're doing it just to stick your nose into something when in reality that person had concerns and you're just offended because they judged what you were doing
but
as a parent.
I mean, to her point, there are people that just, they don't agree with what you're doing. It has nothing to do with a concern about the child. It's like, well, I would never let my kid do that, so you shouldn't either.
Condescending parents.
Yeah. Okay. 252-WCMF. We're talking about this 28-year-old woman out in Farmington. She's been arrested. Happy Mother's Day weekend for charges of endangering the welfare of a child. Left an 8-year-old kid home alone, and we're trying to determine what that age is. And that's why this conversation is so funny because, you know, my son, yes, my daughter, no. Well, again, if I'm going to get arrested, you got to give me something.
Yeah.
Steve writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, I was in safety patrol at 8 years old. If I was responsible enough to be left alone on the corner of the school and help other kids cross the street, I was responsible enough to be home alone.
Wait, they had safety patrol at 8?
Yeah.
Crossing guard?
4th and 5th grade, you were part of the safety patrol.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Bro, sidebar. I desperately wanted to be a member of the safety patrol.
Yeah.
And I got passed
Those
over
kids
twice.
were power hungry,
Kimmy,
let me tell you.
Those orange sashes
seatbelts
with the little button on it,
Yeah.
I got passed over twice because I was too reckless.
Too reckless, man.
The sergeant sat me down in his office. You're taking the law into your own hands. I'm a renegade, man.
Give me a badge, Callahan.
You can argue with my methods. You can't argue with the results. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Jim. What do you got?
I think it all depends on the maturity of the kid, you know. I mean, like you said, crossing guards back in the day, I was one. It all depends on the maturity of the kid.
Okay, but that doesn't help with the law, Jim.
I understand that. The law is not really written for anything, but my personal opinion, it depends on the maturity of the kid that is being left alone.
Okay, all right, but what do you have to see in that kid then, Jim? Like what gives you the idea that they will be safe home alone?
The parent comes up with that. Are they mature enough? Have they been left alone? You know, well, the parent's out in the yard and they, you know, really didn't cause any havoc in the house or even outside the house. I mean, I was part of the group that grew up when the streetlights come on, your butt better be home, you know?
Sure.
I'm 60, and I still believe it all depends on the maturity of the kid.
All right, Jim, thanks for the call. Again.
It all comes down, Pat.
No guidelines.
To the maturity of the kid. Got it? That's what it is. My butt was home when the lights went on.
Kellyanne writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF.
What's she saying about the maturity?
Nope.
Of the kid?
Nothing about maturity. She says, I was a latchkey kid at 7 years old. I was fine.
That sounds bad.
Well, here's the thing, though.
What's that? That's 7?
No, it is amazing to me, to Kelly's point. More people our age aren't arrested for this because Gen X and older Gen Z kids were the latchkey generation. I have vivid memories of coming home in 4th and 5th grade, which would have been around this time, with my brother, who was 2 years younger than I am, and you
were just there.
We were probably home for an hour or two, right? But all the neighbors knew. Nobody batted an eye.
Okay.
And I guess, like, the community, if I'm going to sound like an old man, it was a little bit different. Like, all the neighbors were really tight, so if anything were to happen, like, I had 3 or 4 homes I could go to, and they were like my mom.
But you shouldn't have been left at home alone when you were 16, man. You were rubbing one out in the kitchen.
That's where
then you complained about your mother's cooking.
That's where the family computer was. What was I supposed to do?
Your imagination to go upstairs.
And Ryan was home. I couldn't
just think about two girls kissing.
Look, that is on my dad for putting the family computer next to the refrigerator. All right, should have thought about this. No, but Kimmy, I mean, being the latchkey kid generation that we were, it's not like when you have a kid at the hospital before you leave, they go, okay, here's what
a set of rules.
Well, here's what's changed socially compared to what you were as a kid. Because, I mean, there are a lot of parents that still believe if it was fine for me,
good for you, right?
It's fine for my kid, right? So I would understand if you were a latchkey kid at 8, 9, 10 years old, you would feel comfortable now doing that with your kid. No?
But, I mean, isn't it easier to keep an eye on your kid today, too, with the advances in surveillance?
I mean, arguably. But
sounds pretty creepy.
Yeah, no, but you're right.
But then again,
there are a little bit more. There are a few more ways to check in on them.
What percentage of 8, 9, 10-year-olds have cell phones right now?
No, but even in your house, you could have cameras and
you could
ring bell. You know the
ring bells.
What's the thing on the door?
Oh, what's your daughter doing?
She's
playing the ring bell.
She's doing ring bell.
Ring doorbell.
Yes.
Ding 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 ding.
You can AirTag them, right?
You can.
Well, yeah, but just because the kids AirTag doesn't mean if they're not moving, everything's okay. They're sitting. Are they sitting?
You might be more worried.
Yes. Are they sitting on the couch or do they choke on a hot dog?
Well, at least you know they're in the house, choking on the hot dog.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 28-year-old woman in Farmington arrested for leaving an 8-year-old child home alone. We don't know what the details of the story were. Everything's vague. But again, it goes back to the state of New York not giving us an actual age for what is inappropriate to leave a kid home alone. Let's talk to Andrew. Hey, Drew. How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man.
So I grew up around the same time you did. This is probably like 96, 97. I'm 11 years old. My sister's 9. We were home alone every day for like a half hour to an hour by the time my dad would get home from work.
Okay.
Well, one day she's like, he's not home yet. I want to know where he is. I'm going to call 911.
Oh.
I'm like, do not do that. That would be a bad idea. And she was like, no, I'm going to do it. And we got into it, and I was like, all right, I'm going to the bathroom. Do not do it. I hear the phone click. 2 seconds later, they call back.
Oh, no.
5 minutes later, 3 cop cars are outside our house.
Oh.
And your old man ain't home yet.
He's not home. I call my mom, freaking out. She calls the neighbor a couple streets over. She comes over and talks them through, like, I'm taking them to my house. He'll come pick them up. from there. And that was the last time that she was left home alone with me.
All right, but your parents weren't arrested for it.
No, they shot his dad.
Okay.
No, he's still alive, but
Oh, I got the story wrong.
yeah, no, they were not arrested, but again, I mean, different times. I mean, we were early mid-90s, so.
No, I hear you, buddy. Andrew, thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day.
They were just shooting dads left and right.
God, Nick writes us on Instagram. Have Tommy email Danny Wegman and ask him to petition the state. It's a good idea.
Oh, my boy, yeah.
Powerful friends in high places. Let's take one more call.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. By the way, we've been talking about this now for 15 minutes. We've gotten nowhere.
Yeah.
No,
We have gotten
line.
nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, there has to be an idea to fix this. There has to be.
Well, like you said, you got to come up with an age, and that's the law.
Well, no, but here's the problem.
Just like drinking or smoking or anything else.
But you come up with an age, you're going to have, if the new age to leave your kid home alone is, 12 years old.
And let's say it's 12. Are they allowed to take care of younger siblings?
Good question,
Yeah.
right? I mean, if we open up the phone lines on that,
Yeah.
my kid, it's 3, reads an encyclopedia in 1940 because they don't have the internet. I'm going to shut up. We'll take one more call. 252-WCMF. Mike's got the last word. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, man.
So my daughter is 9 years old, and since the age of 7, we have the ability to drive her to school in the morning. But according to the city of Rochester, she's got to walk about 2.5 blocks to get to school by herself.
Okay.
Nobody around. So if the city of Rochester and all these towns and that are going to tell you that you can let your kid walk 30 minutes, 40 minutes to school because they don't supply busing. So if you add that up, that's almost, an hour and a half to 2 hours a day. Who are they to tell you can't leave them home for an hour when they're 8?
I mean, it's an interesting argument. And again, to be clear in this story, there may be details that were not included that led to something happening. But Mike, we did see that with the busing issue the last couple of years where they extended, Tommy, the line where kids would. Yeah, right? I mean, it's an interesting thought, Mike. So your daughter is how old now? 9, you said?
9.
Do you leave her home
All
alone?
my kids have I have a lot of kids. I got a 21-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 9-year-old.
Hey, man, maybe take a cold shower every once in a while.
But no, I don't leave her home alone.
Okay.
The wife won't let me.
It's her call.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy.
But
Have a
he's
good rest of
dying
the
to.
day. There goes. All right, everybody on hold, we got to move on. I do appreciate the calls. Kimmy, it would have been easier to do this had they just done it slightly different.
Okay.
Because I agree with you.
I mean, I don't think if they said anything, I don't know if I would have noticed personally.
Okay. All right. That's fair. Because I'm kind of with you there. But there are people that would notice the second.
Oh.
I mean,
Maybe.
when you look at yearly.
You don't get like a full breakdown, though, every time you get this bill.
Okay.
You know
All
what I
right.
mean? It's kind of like a made-up number every time.
If you use RG&E, we got some bad news for you.
Great.
Next year of the break room on CMF. Price of everything's going up.
Too much.
Oh, my God. It's one money.
Yeah.
And if you use RG&E, we got some bad news for you, bro.
We're getting boned.
Well, look, if you live in Fairport, just turn the radio off, go do something else. But everyone else, except for Kimmy, apparently, is going to see this and go, hey, because Kimmy has revealed how well she pays attention to all of the bills that come into her house. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. This month, RG&E customers, according to a story on 13 Wham, are going to see an $11 a month increase.
Okay.
So they say they need it to expand access and make sure the system they run is more reliable.
Update it.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, the grid.
And people are not happy about it.
Okay.
I mean, it's $132 annually, if I did the math correctly, which I'm sure I did not.
All right.
And that's a pretty significant chunk of change.
Over the year,
Right?
yeah, you'd see it.
$132.
Right.
All right, so Kimmy, you saw this and your first thought was?
Especially with this bill in particular, I would never notice an $11 increase had they not told me.
On the RG&E bill?
Yeah.
Why is
because ever since we moved into our house, our bill is so different every
fluctuates.
month
Okay.
that I don't know what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Until that bill shows up, I have no idea what it's going to be.
Because it's never the exact amount.
No.
Like your cable bill, it's always going to move.
Yeah,
Okay.
depending
Depending
on, the
on
time
how
of
much you
year.
use, the weather, and everything else. And I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I would notice that either.
Okay, so neither of you.
And with the amount of issues, I would think that RG&E has had within the last few years of people getting like these wildly high bills. Like, I think people might just be happy it's not $1,000 extra, you know?
So both of you are convinced that no one is going to notice unless they hear this
Unless
story.
they hear the story, I don't know how many people would notice an increase to their monthly
$11
energy bill.
isn't like oh my God.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pittsford.
Yeah, no big deal.
Ain't no thing.
Bro, I'm worth multiple 11s.
Bro, you don't pay utilities.
I don't know what our electric bill is. I don't. What?
Nothing. How do you
I
not
don't pay
know?
it.
Kimmy, do you know what the electric bill is in your house?
Like, I have a rough idea, but again, it's
But you look at the bill.
I do. And
I do not.
It's,
Did you just say I don't pay it, you kept-ass bitch? You're like a hamster.
I don't pay it.
but it can vary like $50 month to month. And
Okay.
I have
that's what I hear.
idea.
They out here saying.
All right, so then, I mean, how much would it have to vary? You're right. We've seen those stories, Kimmy, of like, hundreds
Like it would
of dollars
have to be
different.
so like double what it normally is for me to see that as suspicious.
Okay, in that case, why? I mean, good for RG&E for alerting people that we're doing this. But like, if you're right, why did RG&E even put this story out? Why didn't they just be
I
like?
guess maybe you have to let people know.
Well, it says
Yeah,
who?
maybe by law you got to tell them.
By law, okay.
But like, to me, like that bill would have to jump $50 to $75 on one bill.
The bill you don't look at.
Yes.
Okay, good.
To go like, what the hell is this? Because depending on the time of the year, it could shock you.
Do you ever? Let me ask you guys this question.
Yeah.
We had a bill a couple of weeks ago that was like $100 more than it should have been.
On your electric bill.
It wasn't the electric bill; it was
Oh.
a different kind of bill. But my wife is like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "I have no idea." But I mean, these.
It's a standard household bill that comes out.
Yeah. And she goes, "No, this is wrong. You got to call him." And I go, "I don't want to call him because
I don't know what I'm arguing.
I don't know
Right.
what could it be."
Yeah.
And she goes, I don't know, but it's wrong, and you got to call him and get it back down again. And I'm like, I don't want to do this. So she makes me call him, and I go,
Yeah.
"It's probably fine." No. I call him. They explain to me why it's higher.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense just for that 1 month. And I go, "Okay, great." And I hang up the phone and I explain to my wife. She goes, "Oh yeah," and then she walks away. I look
Got her
like
answer.
Imagine that.
I look like such a jackass.
And you wasted all that time.
And I'm never going to see this person on the other end of the phone, but I still felt like an idiot.
Yeah.
Hey, why is my bill so high? Oh, because of the thing that I did with purchasing? Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
So even when I paid bills, I never really paid attention to them.
But you kind of had an idea of what they should be, right?
Well, I thought I did. So when I got divorced, my wife at the time moved out of the house. I kept the house.
Okay.
And for the longest time, it didn't even dawn on me, man, I never got a water bill.
Okay.
And I paid the bills at the time. And then all of a sudden they go, yeah, we've been sending it to your ex-wife.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. And then she goes, hey, man, I've been getting this water bill. What the hell's going on here? And I had like this massive water bill I had to pay her back for. I didn't even pay attention to it.
Which is weird, because weren't you watering all your plants with the tears constantly streaming out of your face that your life was in the spot that it was at that age?
Those could have been tears of happiness, Pat. But like I completely forgot. she also thought she was paying the water bill for the apartment.
Oh, so she was.
Yeah, so like we were both not realizing what this water bill was.
Oh, no.
So in the end, I owed like hundreds of dollars right off the bat to her for this water bill.
For water.
Yeah, for water.
252 WCMF 252-9263. RG&E announced this week they are adding $11 a month to each RG&E bill. They say they need to do it to expand access and make sure the system they run is more reliable. It's technology, Tommy.
Yeah.
Progress. You know, you bring up. You were going to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think the most suspicious I've ever been about an RG&E bill, where I was like, this doesn't seem right, was when it was like half of what it normally is.
Okay.
Because then I got paranoid, like, all right, am I going to owe more the next month? But it turns out we overpaid the month before, but I still was like, all right, that was the only time I ever noticed it being unusual.
It is pretty amazing. I mean, yeah, we need electricity.
Right.
And there's only one place to get it unless you live in certain towns, so you have to go for it. Like, they are allowed to be so bad at billing.
We charge you a little too much, so we'll take some off the top.
Or like, oh, whoops, we accidentally overcharged you $1,200. Like, any other business would be out of business immediately, and RG&E's just like,
Yeah.
good job. $11 more, please. You know, you're going back to the whole spousal and the bill paying, right? Because, you know, either one spouse pays all the bills and the other's oblivious.
Yeah.
Or you split them down who takes care of what. You're right, man. I'm thinking about it now. If my wife ever left me, I would be screwed.
Well, only
You'd
for
have to
short
learn
term.
how to
They'll
do
find you and they'll get their money.
No, I mean, I'm saying like getting back into the groove
Oh,
of
writing or
being a responsible, independent adult. I was at one point. That's gone.
So even when I lived by myself, sometimes I'd be shocked at a bill, and then I go, "Oh yeah, you did that to yourself," and it was the cable bill.
Oh, let me guess.
Yeah, porn. So when you would buy porn through Time Warner, right? But I forgot, like, oh man, you bought that porn. That porn was $11, you idiot.
Were you in Rochester then?
Yeah.
Okay. You had access to free pornography.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I thought you had a trunk full of porn.
Oh no, this is before that.
Gotcha. Before they gave me the
trunk full.
Before they gave me the trunk porn.
Yeah, but those were. Hey, I couldn't use those. Those were like prizes.
Yeah, I'm sure you never opened up a porn in the back.
I'm not gonna hand a listener a pre-spanked
Of
porn.
all the things that you've done.
Thank you.
That's where you draw the line.
I'm not gonna go up the prize closet. No, I was pretty. Yeah, I treat porn like with respect. That's art.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can't believe you never grabbed one of those for yourself.
I kept it, but I didn't hand it out.
No, I get it. That's what I'm saying. You would go down into the trunk and like, this one's mine now.
I didn't have that option at that point.
Okay.
They kept track.
Well, this is actually the perfect transition.
What's that?
Well, look, everyone, not everyone. There are folks that like a little adult entertainment every once in a while.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And we are a show that can stand up and admit when we're wrong.
Okay.
Actually, 2 out of 3 of us can.
What happened?
We had a discussion a couple of months ago
Yeah.
about how it seemed like these weren't as prominent as they used to be in the greater Rochester area. And we tried to figure out why.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turns out we were not only wrong, we were like the wrongest we could have been. Because Rochester has shown up on a national list.
Really?
And apparently, we, compared to other cities, are massive fans of these.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what it is.
Where are they?
Next here at the break room on CMF. There is perception and there is reality.
Okay.
And this story is a perfect example of that because we talked about these in Rochester a few months ago. And we discussed, Tommy, how we don't have many anymore.
No, I thought they were gone, really.
Well, it turns out, at least when it comes to population, not only do we have a ton, we have some of the most in America.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30. There was a discussion we had off mic the other day that I think we have to bring here.
What's that?
Well, there's a musician, someone that's very popular with the kids,
Yeah.
who has a hook outside of singing. He's very agile. He's light on his feet, acrobatic-y.
All
Yeah.
right.
And both of you were very impressed by this.
I mean, I can't do it.
Okay, no, neither can I. And look, doing this one time
Yeah.
is impressive.
Yeah.
Doing this more than once makes you an a-hole.
I don't know. I'm still kind of impressed.
If I could do it, I would do it all the time.
And then,
It would be-
yeah, 'cause
like,
you're-
I would just do it. I would do it randomly just to freak people
And you
out.
were kind of like the kid that should have been able to do this. Like you seemed like the kid. You were good at the rope. You seemed like you should have been able to
Yeah.
impress your friends with this move.
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. So a couple months ago, we discussed how the Tally Ho on East Henrietta Road,
Yeah.
the Gentlemen's Club, was looking to add an upstairs VIP section. And that second level was for celebrities that were coming in from out of town.
Yes.
And I know that sounds silly, but in an interview in the DNC, the owner of the Tally Ho says this has happened a couple of times. He used Kevin Hart as an example, which I'm sure Kevin Hart was a huge fan of.
Yes.
Said that he was in the car ready to come into the club, but because there was nowhere to put him away from anybody,
Yeah, he'd be mauled.
they wouldn't come in.
Yeah.
So in this discussion, we talked about how Tommy Rochester doesn't have a ton of strip
It
clubs.
seems like there used to be a lot because they used to all advertise on CMF.
Yeah.
And I just, you just don't see it anymore.
Classy Cat, not there anymore.
Yeah.
Louis Cordial, not there
Right.
anymore, right? Where was the Rochester we once knew?
I know.
Well, Tommy, it turns out we could not have been more wrong.
So we're slammed.
I have in front of me
Yeah.
the strippiest cities in America.
Really?
That is the name of the
Strippiest?
strippiest.
Yeah. Like, is this based on per population?
It is cities with the most strip clubs per 100,000 people. And I say cities,
Okay.
it's metro.
Okay.
Rochester, New York
Yeah, we were ranked.
is the 19th strippiest city in
Damn.
America. Yeah.
So is it because we were hanging on, but the other places just they went away?
I don't know. It says that Rochester, the greater Rochester area, has 3 strip clubs for every 100,000 residents.
Yeah.
Were you aware of this?
No.
And it says we have 6 of them in the greater Rochester area.
Damn.
We do?
I have no idea.
I can think of 3.
I've been out of the game.
Same.
Are there some on the outskirts, maybe?
Well,
that
even the
Well,
were-
one-
Foxy's was out there a little
But
bit.
that's what I was thinking of. You
Does
got
that count?
Foxy's, you got Tally Ho, and then you got the Barrel. I can't think.
You said the $50 Mirage.
Oh, the Mirage. That's 5. Okay. So what's the 6th mystery gentleman's club?
I have no idea.
There you go.
Maybe there's another one in the city.
Is there one? Is there?
Because Louis was in the city.
Yeah. That's gone. It's not there anymore, right?
I have no idea. I haven't been there in 20 years.
Look, you sound like a guy that just went there. Yeah, I don't know. I was
Yeah,
coming here just to have
Yeah,
lunch. What, they
yeah.
got girls in there?
I was just meeting tea for a sandwich.
Yeah. Those are the only ones that Google recognizes.
Okay.
That you just named.
Okay. Okay.
What?
I don't want to say the guy's name because he was immediately on this.
Right.
And I don't know if that's the best thing. All right.
Okay.
So we got the Barrel, Tally Ho, Mirage, Vixens in Scottsville,
Never
not
heard of
Foxy's.
it. All right.
Playmates in Bergen.
Okay, the
Oh.
lab comes up, but I don't know what that is.
The Lab.
The lab. They call it Adult Entertainment Club.
Okay.
All right. Those are
I
new
don't.
ones
I'm not
I
sure.
never heard
I'm
of.
not familiar.
Why does Rochester rank among the highest strip clubs per capita in the United States?
I always was surprised in small towns that had big strip clubs. And the other one I remember was Peoria, Illinois, had one that was 3 levels.
3 levels of strip club.
It was featured on like Donahue and stuff like that. I mean, you wouldn't think in the middle of nowhere there's a strip club that size.
Okay.
Because like Atlanta had a ton of strip
Well,
clubs.
okay, so if you
They
look,
had franchise ones around the city called the Ponytail.
well, okay, what's the one that has the best wings in the world? Oh my God, what is the name? It's every rap song from the 2000s talked about it. Okay, anyway, Rochester, Tommy, is among the smallest cities on this list.
Yeah.
So you have Vegas, Tampa, Miami, New Orleans, Atlanta, Cleveland,
Right.
Detroit. Like those make sense.
Right.
Not only are they bigger, it is easier for you when you go to a strip club in a big city to be anonymous.
Yeah.
You'd think the problem with going into the exotic dance game in the greater Rochester area, if you grew up here, you are going to constantly run into people when you are working.
Bro, it's happened.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Happens at Wegmans.
Mm-hmm. And it happens at the club.
Is that not enough to keep women out of doing this? And again, I'm not judging, get your money.
No, but I mean,
it's honest work.
I've gone to see women that I knew what their regular job was. You know what I mean? One was an intern for Warm, and she was working at the half, and we went and saw it. No, she's a college kid.
Yeah, no, it's still not
But
something.
you went there because you knew she was working at there, or you were there and she happened to be there?
So we knew a guy that came into this show and go, hey, man, you know that chick that works down on Warm? She works at the half. So we go, and he goes, I think she's there now. So we all went there for lunch.
Do you not hear what that sounds like when it comes out of your mouth?
She's a college girl. I was in my mid-40s.
All of this is making it worse.
What is the problem?
All of this is making it worse. Nancy wrote me on Instagram. Magic City is the strip club in Atlanta that has like the best wings in the world.
Okay.
By the way,
couldn't find it.
Nancy's profile, private, probably because she knows which strip club serves the best wings in the city of Atlanta. Okay, so now that we know that Rochester is one of the strippiest cities in America, what does that say about the men of the greater Rochester area?
We're a bunch of horn dogs.
Well,
we like to look.
Okay. 6 clubs in a community of our size is a lot, right?
I know, but don't forget we got
Seems
harsh
like it.
weather, and looking for something to do, and there's that subculture of strip club guys that they go to the club like all the time by themselves.
Okay, but again, here's the thing.
Like you would go out for drink. They go out and drink and look at girls just alone.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And if you are like weird about if you work there or you're someone that goes and you're weird about, nobody knows who you are.
Right.
Nobody knows your voice. You said it a second ago.
What's that?
That we've been out of the game.
Yeah.
So for us to sit here and be like, there's this class of regulars, and here's what the societal structure of an exotic dance club. We don't know.
But those guys don't go away, man. Those guys will always be around. There's always going to be that subculture of anything, especially with naked women. There's certain guys who are just weird about it.
Okay.
Well, do you think though, because I don't see Rochester as like this, I don't see it as being as much of a group activity here as it maybe would be in those bigger cities where you're getting bachelor parties and people going on group trips and stuff. So I would think that a lot of the people that are going to the strip clubs here they're in smaller groups. They're individually going by themselves as regulars.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew a lot of guys that went by themselves.
No,
that was like their thing.
I mean, I was aware of those
I don't
guys
see it as
too.
like more of like a party destination here as it would be in other places.
I also would have I don't know, maybe this is me just being an old man not understanding like young kids. I would have thought that kind of went away with not only like how pornography, and I get it's different, but it's easily accessed, and the fact that like ideas about sexuality have started to change, and like what is, what's appropriate and what's not. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they had a relationship with those girls outside of the sexuality that they were selling. You know what I mean? Like they almost thought of them as like, and this is going to sound weird, like family. They would talk about them like you were talking about their cousins.
No, I get it. I get it.
It was weird. And most of them weren't heavy drinkers. That was the other thing.
Well, yeah, you got to save your money to tip the girls.
You're absolutely right, and buy them little gifts.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Rochester is one of the strippiest cities in America. We have the 19th most strip clubs per capita.
Town, baby.
In the greater Rochester area. We have 6 according to this. Jordan writes us on Instagram.
Yeah.
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. She writes, Playmates in South Byron is for sale if Tommy wants to house his mom. That was written by what looks to be a woman in her late 20s. She's cute as a button, and she just slammed your mom.
Look at her. She's in a cute little sweater.
Now I feel creepy. They were like, hey, look at this girl that just did a mom joke. Okay.
All right.
252-WCMF.
So clever.
I think I'm in love with Jordan. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. I wonder if it has anything to do with our proximity to the Canadian Ballet, and just how they're full nude there.
Yeah,
and just maybe Buffalo and Rochester has a lot more because the guys make a lot of the road trips up there.
Why would they go? But that would mean all the businesses going
Taken
to Canada.
out of town, yeah.
Not here.
Yeah, but maybe you can't get away, or maybe you have legal issues and you can't cross anymore, or something like that.
Okay. But no, I mean,
remember going.
But go ahead.
But I can remember going one time and seeing a stripper pick up a Canadian loon without her hands. It looked like a plunger hitting the floor.
It is a pretty impressive trick if you've seen it in person. The other one is the ones that could shoot it into glasses.
You do Lippy Linda?
That's a hard way to play
I
the
thought
game
she
of
died.
quarters, but
Choked on a loom.
Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I wonder what
Ricocheted off the pole right in her mouth.
Jordan, again, all mom jokes are on the table if you want to get back at us again.
No, I was going to say to Barber's point, you would think Canada would take away from this
That
area
was my point, yeah,
more
yeah.
than add to
Right.
it.
All right, so
Because they were full nude, they were better clubs, if that's what you were looking for.
So I'm looking at a club that we didn't name.
All right.
It's called Western New York's Dirty Little Secret.
Oh.
That's the name of the club?
Well, no, I don't want to say the name of the club because, I don't know.
Oh.
But I don't know where this place is. So there's secret?
Are there secret strip clubs? Strip clubs that we don't know about? Strip clubs?
Like a speakeasy?
But this looks like it's
Underground
above
strip
board.
clubs?
Why
They
would
want
a
you to
woman,
kind of feel like you're, I don't know.
Why would a woman
Sneaky.
agree to work at an underground strip club? That sounds like the most dangerous
Yeah.
possible
Yeah.
scenario of all
I don't know
time.
what's showing up to that.
Yeah.
Okay, do you look at guys who are regulars at strip clubs as creepy?
Yes. Everyone I knew that did it was creepy.
Kimmy, same with you?
Yeah, it's more of maybe less creepy, more lonely.
Okay.
But it's a lonely creep. 'Cause I knew a guy that lost his business, that he saved and retired and took all the money, and he gave it all to a strip club, man. Lost his family.
Okay, not great.
And he had that Jones, man.
Okay, so then if you guys see a man who's a regular at a strip club as a creep,
Yeah.
does that mean then, being on this list, that Rochester has a higher percentage of creepy men than the average
maybe.
American
Yes, yes. Using that logic, it makes perfect sense.
But what about us? Why would we have more creepy men than the average American city?
Well, but we do. Why? I don't know.
Well, no, that's what we have to get to the bottom of here.
There's some disconnect, socially with
We
a
have
lot of people.
We also have a bunch of serial killers from here.
Haven't had one in a while.
We don't know who's cooking right now.
Got a big sign out front, 27 years since our last serial killer in Rochester. Let's not have to flip the sign back to 0.
But, we got some history here.
No, but I would argue that folks from Rochester are actually more outgoing than most cities you go. I mean, we're not super in your face nice, but it's easy to have a conversation with almost everybody.
It is.
I
it
don't
is.
look at us as socially awkward.
No. But maybe we have a subculture of, lonely guys.
Well, no, but
Quiet creeps.
But subculture would imply it's secret. And in this case, it's not because we're on the top 20 strippiest cities in America.
And I will say this, the guys that hit the strip clubs, they're not all quiet. Some did have personalities.
Oh,
But
they
just
they didn't care if people knew.
But yeah, they would brag about it to you. They knew these girls' birthdays, and it was just one gave her a ride to the hospital for a doctor's appointment.
Well, how else is she going to get there?
I know. I mean, very weird.
I mean, I do know a lot of. I mean, this is a similar situation, but I know a lot of female bartenders where they had regulars that would buy them gifts and stuff.
Yeah.
So if it's at that level, just with a bartender, I'd imagine we have plenty of guys doing it at a strip club too.
Let me ask you guys this question. Again, with us being in the top 20 strippiest cities in America, we have 6 strip clubs in the greater Rochester area, which is 3 per 100,000. If you found out a guy you knew made 3 strip club trips a month, would that be enough for you to distance yourself from him?
Yes.
Really?
I mean, I wouldn't not talk to him, but I don't think I'd hang with that dude.
Really?
Yeah, because I did in the past, and it got bad.
Okay. Kimmy, would that be enough for you to distance yourself from a guy you know? 3 a month.
I mean, that is a lot, and he's going.
He gives himself a bye week once a month.
Okay, I guess it makes it a little less creepy to me, and I don't know why. If they're open about it, than if they're doing it and they don't want anybody to know and they sneak in and out of the
But
place.
here's the problem with that: the open.
I'm not saying it's necessarily much better, but it's a little better.
Because you start hearing these stories where they think that the chick really likes them.
Yeah, but I know guys that think that about women all
right,
the time.
but you want to say, bro, man, she's not into you.
Bro, man.
She's not gonna meet you for coffee.
Well, no, I mean there are some times where you just make a connection with an adult dancer. I mean that's not. I mean it happens.
Oh yeah, all the time.
No, I mean if you're charming,
sure.
you treat him different than all the other guys.
Yeah, you're one of the good
I'm
ones.
just saying it's not out of me. Well, maybe.
Yeah, you don't want to sit and listen to those stories over drinks.
You guys want to take a shot at the city in America with the most strip clubs per capita.
Number one.
I will say this: you will not get it.
Oh.
So there's your help to guess.
Okay, it's probably a little bit more of a stodgy town.
What is stodgy?
Well, not known for like partying.
Okay.
Am I on the right track?
Yeah, I mean for you, yes.
It's in the Midwest.
No.
Am I close?
Nope.
Damn.
Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
Number one strip club city in America.
The
Say,
strippiest.
somewhere in Michigan.
Nope. Good
Okay.
guess though. I don't hate that guess.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like a mid-sized city in Michigan.
The strippiest city in the United States is Portland, Oregon.
Wow.
They have 54 strip
Holy.
clubs.
They got to that's like Starbucks, which they also have a ton of.
So Portland, Oregon has 9 strip clubs per 100,000 people, or 3 times the amount per capita that Rochester does.
Man, there's some horny boys out there.
Fun fact: most of the women who dance in Portland, Oregon, do it to get out of the rain.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true.
All right.
But I mean, the other weird cities, Portland, Rochester, Toledo, Ohio, and Richmond, Virginia, were all on this list.
Wow.
They are the only 4 cities in the top 20 that aren't really tourist places or places where people go on business.
Just a bunch of locals.
But it makes these 4 cities, Portland, Rochester, Toledo, and Richmond, they stand the F out. And even Richmond's, I mean, you got the military influence there.
Well, you do.
Right.
And it's a little bit more of a southern city.
So, I mean, if you take Richmond out for the military part, Toledo, Rochester, Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
3 weird-ass cities on this list.
Yeah, not very big cities either.
No.
I thought Atlanta would be and also Dallas and Houston had a ton of strip clubs.
I think they're on there. But I consider those bigger.
Bigger
Yeah,
cities.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
No, Southern folks love their strip clubs.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Like the funniest thing in the history of the world, before we move on here, is the Truck Stop Strip Club.
Yes.
And that's not a joke country song. Those exist.
Yes. And they were a fortune to go into.
Wait, you actually went into one?
You didn't?
No!
Oh, I had to check it out, man.
No, I was not going in there.
So you'll see they're open 24 hours a day, and you could get breakfast and
Were
a
they
show.
busy? Was it busy?
Oh yeah. Well, these had just opened up. There was one just outside of Gainesville, which always made sense because Gainesville is the creepiest place on the planet.
Nothing says classy night like a truck stop strip club in Gainesville, Florida.
The food was great, but it was too expensive. And there was guys and there was just truckers in there all the time. You think about truckers and sales guys and stuff like that. It made perfect sense. 24 hours, by the way.
What does a 10 in the morning Gainesville truck stop stripper look like, man?
She was cute. Florida cute. Which means she was missing a hand.
Stopped at Gatorland on that.
Don't pet them gators, darling.
All right. One of these, I agree with you. If you can do this, it's cool.
Oh.
One time.
I'm jealous.
Okay, I would also like to do this. But if you keep doing this the way this guy does it, one is cool.
No, I encourage it.
Okay. No, you say that unless we had someone in this building that was just doing it nonstop. Because this
I'd
guy
be
was,
shocked if anybody in this building could do it. That would blow me away.
I'm also more impressed if you don't look like you have the body type to pull
Right.
it off.
Yeah.
We will tell you what we're talking about. We'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Not many people can do this.
Okay.
So you guys are right. If somebody all of a sudden did this, it would be very impressive. One time. One time.
Yeah.
Because there are some talents you can have that the more you do them, the less impressive they become and the more desperate they start to look. Because there is a firm line on how many of these you can do before you go from amazing to a-hole.
Well, time and place.
You're hanging out in the break room. But where is the time and place where this is appropriate?
There's always a time and place.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 8:45, 8:50. Little I told you so.
About what?
Remember we were talking about fish season a couple days ago?
Fishing.
Yeah, fishing. Yeah. And there were fish that were in season and out of season. You're like, what are they going to do? Get on my boat and arrest me for taking stuff that I can't take? 8:50.
All right.
Here in the break room on CMF. So this story starts with a musician who has become like a sensation to maybe your kids, or depending on how old you are.
Okay.
The last couple of months. This guy's name is Benson Boone.
Don't take it. Please stay. I want you.
That's all I hear when my kids are playing the song in the house.
They're just screaming into our goddamn microphone.
No, I mean,
such a dad thing you're doing right now.
I was doing exactly what he was doing. Play it again. Play it again. Just give it to me. It's the same thing he was doing. It's what he was doing.
Don't take
It's the same thing. Okay, so Benson Boone is huge. And by the way, he does not look like he sounds.
No.
He's a skinny kid. He dresses like a BG.
Okay.
And he's got a mustache.
Oh.
All right? But Kimmy, he's like the hot new thing.
Yeah. I mean, he was at the Grammys, I think, and
Right.
he's been performing at all these, big events like Coachella.
Benson Boone sounds like someone who died of tuberculosis in the 20s. That joke would have been funnier had I not stumbled on it. Anyway, on top of singing, Benson Boone has another hook.
All right.
He can do a backflip.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And he does it off a piano, Pat.
He loves backflips, Kimmy.
Yes, he does.
He is doing nothing but backflips all the time.
Yeah.
So, for example,
That's like Prince.
he kind of looks like Prince, actually.
Because Prince used to do that.
He looks
in heels.
He looks like White Mustache Prince.
Okay.
So on Saturday, he hosted he was the musical guest on SNL,
Yeah.
and to kick off his performance,
All right.
he did a backflip off one of
Signature
the
thing.
amps.
Yeah.
And then all of they do those cards in the middle of here comes the
Yeah,
photo.
yeah.
All of his photos is him mid backflip. He is just nonstop backflip. So Tommy,
Yeah.
are you impressed by a man that can do a
Oh,
backflip?
yeah.
Okay.
Anybody could do that. It's pretty
Yeah.
amazing.
You're with him.
Yeah, I'm all on board. 'Cause it's
Especially if you're a
something-
non-athlete. You're just like a musician. I don't expect a skinny musician that could pull that move.
Yeah, it's always been something that I've wanted to do, but I just know I'm never going to do it.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
I want to know what that feels like.
It's a lot like now, except everything's upside down.
Yeah.
I agree with you guys that doing a backflip
It's total razzle dazzle, man.
it is super razzle dazzle.
It is.
Man. Call the magistrate for the razzle dazzle. The backflip is impressive, but there is a solid math equation. If you can do a backflip, you must follow. Are you ready?
All right.
One backflip is awesome. The second you hit two backflips,
Okay, but what about a series of backflips?
Okay,
like back-to-back backflips.
as long as you are
In a
not
group.
stopping,
In
well,
a
no,
cluster.
Give
Can I
me
do
the
a cluster
most-
of backflip?
That's an unlimited. Like you could do as many as you want in a row, and I'm extremely impressed.
Okay, you're right. If you're continuing to do
Yeah,
backflips, no break, you're right. That's amazing. The second you stop your backflip momentum and do a second backflip, you are now officially an a-hole.
No.
Yes.
No.
You've never
If
seen.
you learn how to do a backflip, you keep doing those backflips.
I'm
kid.
dropping them all over the place, man. I'm blowing people away.
Okay.
Like, if I'm at a wedding and I can't dance.
Backflip.
But if I could get up and do a backflip, clear the floor real quick, I pull that move. That's a signal. People will talk about that move.
Okay.
Okay,
When
yeah.
you do it one time.
No.
Now let's picture it.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
No. Pat,
Okay,
Pat,
if you're talking about
Pat.
something like the worm, absolutely. Don't need to see you do the worm more than once. Not impressive enough to do multiple times. But a backflip, you got me there.
If I'm in a wedding party
Yeah.
and we're doing the photos,
Yeah.
I'm doing one in front of the whole wedding party doing the backflip.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine.
I'm
But
dropping them all over.
But let's put this into practice here. And the phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's say you're at a wedding.
Yeah.
And a guy gets out of the dance floor and they're playing that song. and he does a backflip.
Yeah.
And you go, wow. If on the next song he does another backflip, you look at you are so lying. You would start talking so much junk on the second song backflip.
I also want to add to that, because if you also have a body type where you don't look like you should be able to do a backflip, and you do a backflip,
super impressive.
Keep doing it.
So like when you go to a wedding, right? And when let's say you're in the wedding party, and you do that walk in, they announce you, so and so. Even if I'm not like the bride, or the groom or anything like that, I'm dropping that backflip. That's going to be my move coming in to the reception.
Okay, fine.
And then I'm going to do it on the dance floor.
No, now you're an a-hole.
I'm going to do it in the photos.
Now you're an a-hole. Now everybody hates you. Nobody's impressed by the backflip.
If I stay late and everybody's getting the buzz on, I'm definitely doing them.
You can't do backflips forever, right? Like at some point you age out of backflips. So get them all in while you can.
And I'm going to drop them just randomly throughout my day and my life.
Okay, look. The only reason you are doing a backflip is to try and impress someone.
Yeah.
You're not an Olympic gymnast.
No.
You're not in Cirque du Soleil.
And it's impressive, and it will get you laid.
A backflip will not get you laid.
So laid.
Kimmy, will a backflip get you laid?
I guess it shows your athleticism.
What? In what way would that apply to the bedroom?
Huh. What are you talking about?
You better stick that landing, bro.
And I will.
Oh, God! You sound like he's doing that song.
Oh, you should have turned over.
I missed the hole, God! Hey!
No, I'm definitely doing that to impress women. For sure.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this pop artist, Benson Boone. He's got this huge hit right now, and he does backflips.
Yep.
And he doesn't stop doing backflips.
Part of his routine.
He's always doing backflips. And
he's singing and doing backflips.
Again, one backflip, amazing. The second you do a second backflip in the same moment, you're a douchebag. You're a douchebag.
Maybe so, but it's also the only people that are going to get pissed off are the ones that are jealous, right? Because you can't do it.
No, I don't think it has to do with jealousy.
You're a non-flipper.
Look, if you're a strong person, you can show off that strength covertly, right? Like, hey, I need help lifting this. Oh, my God, you're so strong.
Yeah.
If you're a fast person, you don't yell, hey, look how fast I can run, and then start sprinting.
Yeah,
that guy's a weirdo.
I've seen people run. Everybody can run, whether or not it's fast.
No, but
I can do a quick sprint.
The point you can't. I beat you at a foot race. You can't do a quick sprint.
But I know what sprinting feels like. I don't know what it's like to do a backflip.
I bet say summertime,
to fly
pool,
through the air,
beach.
Yeah.
I'm backflipping into the. First of all, I'm doing a backflip into the pool.
Okay. No,
Tell me that ain't cool.
You guys are illustrating my point.
What?
There is no natural situation in a human being's daily life where you can do a backflip and it's totally normal.
I just gave you one at the pool.
No, okay, fine. One thing.
The beach, the lake.
A beach
off
backflip?
a boat.
Okay, again, it all involves water.
Right.
If I live in the Midwest, I'm effed on my backflip skills.
No, they got some fairly scuzzy legs.
Outside of a touchdown celebration, if you are constantly doing backflips, you look like a guy desperate for attention, which is not a good look.
But all men are desperate for attention.
Yeah, at least do something cool.
Yeah, give me a little entertainment. Defy gravity for a second.
Okay.
Like there's sadder things you could do for attention than
Agreed.
backflip.
Going into radio being one of them. But let's break down a scenario here. All right? You ready? Tommy, let's say you have some buddies over your house.
Yeah.
And you're outside, and some guy surprises everybody by saying he can backflip.
Yeah.
And you go, we got to see it. You got to see it if he says
it.
it.
Everybody's laying money down that he can't.
All right, so he does it. Wow, he does the backflip. Then 15 minutes later, 3 more people show up to the party. Brand new, did not see the initial backflip. And now this guy goes, oh, I got to show them how I can backflip.
Yeah.
Is that guy still cool?
Maybe even cooler.
Why you lie, man? You know that would be sad and desperate.
I can hate the guy that backflips and also
be impressed by it at the same time.
Yes. Also wishing I had that skill.
Yeah.
It would be like making your buddies come over for dinner. Then you had a weight bench in your garage, and you made everyone stand around you while you bench press 300 pounds. It's weird.
But I would try. But you got to have so much fun with it too. So let's say you go buy a car or something like that.
Okay.
And you go, man, that's a really good deal. Hold on, I do a backflip. You know?
What?
Like you're just anytime instead of like a fist pump in the air, it's always a backflip to celebrate.
What are you talking about?
That's how I would do it all the time.
Backflips.
I would be freaked out if I was at a car delership and all of a sudden I saw a guy do a backflip.
No, but I'd watch.
Okay.
Like, do a couple more. See how many you could do in a row.
You don't think Rich I would be impressed with me if I did a backflip?
I don't think it would save you any money. I'll tell you that.
No, but let's say I say, man, Rich, that's a great deal, man. I can't get over it. And I just get up out of my chair, backflip out of his office.
I think the only way you turn into a sad story doing the backflip is if you get hurt doing said backflip.
That's true, yeah.
Because that also happens. You do run a huge risk every time you pull that move because
it goes wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, I think you bring up a very important question in the backflip game. As a grown man, how do you know you can do a backflip? Because you're right, you eventually burn out. There will be a day
yes.
where you go to do
your
that
body
backflip.
tells you can't do it
No,
anymore.
your body doesn't tell you. Gravity tells you in the middle of that backflip, the backflip ain't happening.
Sure. Does it make a difference if it's a man or a woman, a middle-aged woman, of just average build? Doesn't
I think women go longer with their backflip.
But like you don't think she's got it in her? You know what I mean?
Oh,
like you
she
just see a 40-year-old average-looking woman, and all of a sudden you're at a wedding, and this chick does a backflip.
Yeah.
That would blow you away,
If
man.
if she did it twice, she's a douche.
No, I don't think so. It's a wedding. Girls are allowed to do crazy stuff like that. By the way, she holds her drink the whole time.
That would be impossible.
No, that's how good she'd be.
That's pretty
Because
cool.
you know, there's some chicks that'll dance with a bottle of beer and a cigarette.
What are you?
If she could do it with a cigarette,
Are you at the VFW? Where are you?
Maybe.
How you learn to backflip is also important if you're a guy. Because, like, to your point, women are way more likely to know how to do a backflip based on dance, cheer, things like gymnastics, things like that. If you're a former dancer or gymnast and you know how to do a backflip, that makes sense. If you're a guy that one day just decided he was going to do a backflip and pulled it off or learned how to backflip, that's strange.
No, I'm more impressed with that guy.
Why?
Because, like, he just
Taught himself.
Taught himself. To Kimmy's point, the guy doesn't look like he's in shape to do it, doesn't look like that kind of guy, can whip that out. That's impressive. And the fact that you taught yourself.
Okay. Let me paint it.
You're Sammy Davis Jr., man. And I know people don't know what I'm saying right now, but he was a self-taught entertainer.
Self-taught backflipper.
So
and educated himself. That's so impressive.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Kim, I don't mean to cut you off. Going down that line.
The Sammy Davis Jr. line?
No, the Sammy Davis Jr. line. Do not cross that line. Let's say you're outside.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Yeah.
And
I'll be outside tonight, sure.
Yeah, you look over your fence.
Yeah.
30-year-old neighbor, guy.
Yeah.
He's in the backyard trying to teach himself how to do a backflip.
Oh, I'm loving this. I am loving this.
But you're not loving it because you're impressed. That guy's weird and sad.
You have no choice to be impressed if he actually teaches himself how to do it.
And I'm watching either way, man.
But there would be trial and error involved. You're not going to stick the backflip on the first try.
I'm hoping for some error.
He went on Amazon. He bought mats. He bought like training tools, and he's teaching himself to do a backflip.
Yes.
No, that's sad.
I bet you there are plenty of dads out there still holding on to their trampoline backflips.
Well, those are you. Everybody can do a trampoline backflip.
No, they can't. We saw a fat guy fail horribly with one, and he had a cigar in his mouth.
But he thought he could do it.
Yes.
He thought he.
Well,
could
he
do
used to. Probably 150 pounds ago.
Ripped Van Winkle writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. If someone busts out a backflip, I'm assuming there's a parkour discussion to follow. Those guys. He brings up a good point.
I could watch those videos, parkour videos.
I don't get parkour. You know what parkour
They're
is?
just doing like flips and jumping and stuff.
So it's like those guys that like jump from like ledges.
Oh, they like run around the city.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have seen that.
What's that about?
Is that still a thing, or is that
you can't
is that
afford a
phase?
gym? So I'm just going to use this fire hydrant and rail.
I think that was from even like 10 years ago.
No,
right?
I think it came flying back with the success of like Ninja Warrior because I've been getting fed. I don't know why. My algorithm has been feeding me on Instagram a ton of parkour videos.
Oh, okay.
But I don't like. I mean, it's not like it's not impressive. I just don't get how you like. One day it's like today I'm gonna fancily jump off this curb. Ian writes us on Instagram. Took gymnastics as a kid. They wouldn't teach me how to do a backflip, so I quit and I taught myself. Now I'm 27 and can backflip on command, and people love it.
That's a boy?
That is a boy.
Boy?
Ian.
Backflip boy?
Also a skateboarder.
Okay. Well, that kind of goes with skateboarding.
Well, no, I know how you feel about 27-year-old skateboarders.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I love those guys.
No, Ian here is, I'm looking.
Salt
They're
of the earth.
acrobatic.
I'm looking at his Instagram. His entire Instagram are videos of him at the skate park in the city of Rochester doing skate stuff. So go ahead, say nice things about Ian.
Yeah, okay.
What? I bet you most guys that skateboard into their grown-assness.
They've all taught themselves backflips, back handspring at least.
So that's the same guy. Grown-ass skateboarder and
Well, I never
grown-ass
done a
backflipper.
skateboarding dick.
Whoa, what happened? Or snowboarder? You love snowboarders? Those guys could probably do backflips.
I also don't like snowboarding.
What happened? What happened? American Ninja Warrior guy.
Don't like that guy
He
either.
goes to Ninja Warrior gym. Big backflip guys.
Well, we got a bunch of those guys here. Those
Yeah.
ninja guys.
Yeah, because
Doesn't some guy have like a gym here?
there's like 50 gyms.
No,
here.
like he trains people. He was on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're all doing backflips.
Yeah.
But how did you not put that together?
Well, because Kimmy painted a picture of a guy like me.
Oh, it's my fault.
No.
A guy like you.
Like that. Like
No,
if
yeah,
I.
the
if-
average guy just whips out
but
a
if I whipped
backflip.
out at my age,
Yeah.
if I went over here and I could watch this, you'd
Yeah.
be blown away.
Absolutely.
You would make me do it again so you could film it.
Yep.
What is the age cutoff where someone says, I can do a backflip, and you try to discourage
You're like,
them
no,
for showing
no,
you?
no.
My age, for sure.
No, it's way younger than your age.
But there's guys my age that can do it.
Nobody your age can
I
do a
don't
backflip.
know.
There's guys out.
Who?
Bro, there are guys my age that are in incredible shape.
Tommy.
That can do a backflip.
No, they
though.
can't do a backflip in their 60s.
You know there is.
No, I am confident there is not a
I
man
gotta
on the
say, there's
planet.
probably a cutoff 45 at the max.
Wait,
right?
that's still high. I would have thought 35. I'm scared you're going
I
to
bet
break
you.
your neck.
I bet you if you went and looked at people 55 plus that could do a backflip, you'll find a ton of them on YouTube.
No chance. You Google me one video of a man over 50 that can do a backflip.
You won't do it.
What?
Google it.
Well, I said you're the one that wants to look
I'll
at
look.
shirtless dudes in their
Why does he gotta
50s.
why does he have, I didn't say shirt off.
Well, he's doing Ninja Warrior.
No, I just said do a backflip.
I know your fantasies, bro. I know your fantasies.
They're very physically. You see these people now that go long and they work out like crazy.
Bro,
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of YouTube videos, guys in
I
their
know,
50s.
player. I'm getting. You guys talk. I'm getting up. I want to see this. There's no way it's real. I think you're lying.
I don't know. This guy looks like he's all right. Here we go. Hold on.
All right.
Pull this up. It's gonna make me.
Oh, and we got to watch ads. Can we pay for non-ad?
No,
YouTube?
can we
Hold
pay for
on.
non-ads? Look at this room.
Hold on.
USA Insurance. Look, it's
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Gronk trying to steal Stolen Valor.
All right,
again.
here we go.
No.
See?
It's gonna
No.
happen. Come on. He's talking it up. He's gonna do a standing one too. He's not even getting a running. Look at that. That's a
Oh
great
my God.
mustache.
He's gonna hurt himself.
How old is he?
It says 51.
Yeah.
Yep.
See?
Here he goes.
Here we go. He's wearing khaki pants.
He's got khakis and a Hawaiian shirt on. He's in a front yard.
So if I'm
Standing backflip. Boom!
Oh my God!
Nailed it.
Oh
all right,
my God!
All right. So if I'm that guy,
Give him $10.
I'm on vacation. I'm on a
Yeah.
cruise. I'm down
Yeah.
in Florida someplace. I'm impressing the crowd with my backflipping. Like if I'm on a cruise and I was just hanging out on on
Yeah.
a cruise ship, I'm doing that move just to blow people away.
Yeah, you could still do it.
Okay, no, but that was
A
impressive.
standing backflip at 55 years old in a Hawaiian
Maybe if
shirt.
you keep if you do a daily backflip, one
Right.
backflip a day keeps the doctor away.
No, you
No,
guys.
it's fun. It gets the doctor there a hell of a lot faster.
But I mean, you stay loose. Listen, there's going to be one day he's going to age out of it, and he's not going to know it till he's in half rotation.
All right, now we're getting a lot of brave men
Yeah.
right in the show. Howie writes, I'm 58, fat and overweight. I can do a double backflip with little to no effort.
He's Belushi in the Blues Brothers.
Howie.
Remember how he would come in as Jake and Elwood?
Yeah, and he was in his late 20s, early 30s.
And he also died, Joe.
Yeah. Howie, you seem like a nice guy.
Yeah.
Don't lie about backflips, and don't try and do it. I don't want you to hurt yourself.
Let me
Howie.
ask you this. Would you be impressed with a guy? Because I think this is something harder for a guy to do than a backflip,
Okay.
is a split.
Because you're
Like-
worried about the sack.
Most guys aren't that flexible.
Yeah.
Like if you could meet a guy that's 40 years
You
old,
can do a split?
split to the floor.
Like Jean-Claude Van Damme style?
Yeah. That's impressive as
I
hell.
feel like you never really lose your ability to do that.
Well,
though.
no, you lose your flexibility as
Yeah.
you age.
Your hips go.
But if you're somebody
You
that can
just-
do a split, you stretch a lot, anyways.
Right.
I'm
That
guessing
wouldn't
you
blow
keep
you
up
away?
with that. Like you'd probably do a lot of yoga.
Like if Spezzano came down here.
Oh, I would
he
be
goes, yeah,
impressed
man,
by
I've been
a
working
split.
on this. Huh?
I'd be impressed by a split.
Spezzano split.
Yeah,
you're
'cause
talking
you're-
about you're talking about a split Zano.
Splitzano. Yeah.
yeah, because you're not expecting it,
Well, but here's the thing. I think every man over the age of 40 accidentally does at least one split for the rest of his
and
life.
then learns their lesson.
Yeah, like you step on a wet floor, you
Well,
hit the
yes.
snow, you know what I'm saying? You
But
go
even
down
like
the stairs.
if I saw a big dude
Yeah.
that could pull that move,
I mean, don't,
like your
don't
brother.
a lot of NHL goalies, they can do splits.
Well,
Yeah.
that's I expect that because that's
They're
part of their
big dudes.
position. But if Ryan came in here, your big ass
Oh,
My brother Ryan.
If Ryan could do flips, I'm watching
No, a
that all
split.
day.
If Ryan could do flips, he would pull things into his gravitational pull.
I've seen guys like Ryan's body type
No
that do flips.
effing
Actually, I
way.
went down a rabbit hole
Really?
on Instagram, there's this guy that looks just like Ryan. He does flips. He does them on like rollerblades.
No.
He does them on the ground.
No.
Like,
300-pound man.
Yes.
He's 300, right?
Why would you ask me that question? I don't know.
I
I don't put him on a scale every time I see him. He's not a steer.
You treat him like one.
Oh, I treat him like one. He's 300 pounds. Right? All right, let's take a backflip break.
All right.
I'm not going to say I told you so.
What happened?
But I'm actually going to do that.
Okay.
Because you ran your mouth. What? What are the cops going to come and catch me fishing? We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Well, look who's the idiot.
Well,
It's you.
What I do?
You're the idiot. Because like you do have this way of like saying things that are 100% untrue that are proven a week later, which is what happened again here.
So what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We got a quick one here on account of 22 minutes of arguing about backflips.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of show we bring you on a daily basis.
You're welcome.
Last week, we talked about how fishing season for certain types of fish opened up in New York State.
Yeah.
And you were confused by this.
Yes. Because I thought you could just catch all fish all the time.
We all were, right?
Yeah.
But apparently that is not the case, and it all has to do with when fish are spawning and this, that, and the other thing to make sure the fish don't get overfished.
All right.
So, you being the dick that you are, what? Is it DEC?
Well, yeah, the FBI's going to board my boat and, like, seize my fish.
This week,
what happened?
3 fishermen on Cayuga Lake were cited for keeping undersized black crappie on their boat.
Oh,
How do they know?
Got busted.
So they must have like waited for them to come on the dock and looked at their bait box.
I'm wondering, would you say Cayuga or Cuca?
No, it's Cayuga. Cayuga.
Okay, Cayuga. I think that's a small. That might be a smaller.
Is Kuka.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a smaller lake, so maybe it's easier. You stand out more.
I don't know.
Maybe
So
somebody like saw you do it from their house.
So this was the state DEC.
Okay.
Officers say they found 54 fish under the 10-inch
That's
minimum.
a lot of fish.
During an inspection, you said it, at the Mudlock boat launch.
So they waited till they came back in. Let me check that bait box, boy.
All 3 individuals admitted to catching the fish. They got tickets as part of a broader fishing compliance effort across New York. So if you're someone who's going out fishing and trying to keep stuff that's smaller, it says here that the DEC is now going out of their way to try and find folks that are doing this.
Crack down on you overfishing bastards.
And it says that this wasn't the only case. The DEC noted, quote, violations involving out-of-season catches and size limits were common during the statewide checks last weekend.
I take it back. It's actually a bigger lake.
Cayuga?
Yeah, it's one of the bigger Finger Lakes.
Cayuga. Officials remind anglers to follow the regulations and protect fish protection.
Watch your hooks.
So these guys are in trouble.
Oh, yeah, boy. Well, they got a fine.
Ticket. Yeah, but
Yeah, that's all. It's like a speeding ticket.
they caught 54 fish.
That's a lot of fish still. Right?
Yeah.
Like that would stand out
Well, if
watching
they're
all
small,
the
it may
guys
not be a
like
big-
unload those fish.
You said they were small?
They were under 10 inches.
Uh,
So your mom's not interested. No, but I'm impressed you were able to catch 54 fish in
Yeah.
one trip.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
Amongst
haul.
3 guys?
Yeah.
I don't think I've caught 54 fish in my entire life.
Yeah, probably.
Think
not.
about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
add up all the fish you've ever caught.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Can't you duct tape 2 5-inch fish together and get to keep it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah. Fish might not like it.
I would think though, like
I love how you say it like they like getting caught and then eaten.
Well, they keep falling for it.
if you're fishing in the Finger Lakes though, it's easier for everybody to keep their eye on like the other fishermen, right?
Yeah. And if there's
it's not like this vast open water
Like
where you
the
can go
yeah.
hide out.
Well, and if there's one thing, Kimmy, we've learned over the last couple of years with hunters,
What's that?
It's that most people who participate in this
Yeah.
outdoor stuff take these rules
Yeah,
very
so,
So
if
they-
you're another
so they-
fisherman watching these guys load one after the next.
So
out
they
of the
narc.
boat.
Well, it could be that, but it sounds like here.
Fish narc.
It sounds,
Snark. It's snark season. Fish snark.
It sounds like here.
Yeah.
This was just a situation of the DEC waiting
Yeah.
at the launch.
But somebody might have said, hey, man, those guys
Yeah.
look like they're really loading up.
I love how you can't let it go. Like there had to be a narc involved for some reason.
Well, I mean, are they always like patrolling? I've never seen them.
Yeah, we've heard stories.
I mean, are they constantly out like waiting at the docks? Like if you pull up, there's always like a DEA.
Again,
guy?
I did just hear some guy on the radio say a second ago that last weekend they had kicked up enforcement of the fish rules. I don't know where I would have heard that except on this show to your face a second ago. But no, we took a call when we talked about fishing season from a guy that said his boat was boated.
Yeah.
Or boat was boarded.
Yeah.
Boat was boarded by the Coast Guard looking for stuff like this.
Man, even the Coast Guard
that guy
counts your
was down in
fish.
Florida though, wasn't he?
Well,
Oh yeah,
but
that was a Gulf Stream.
The DEC, I think, can board your boat. If I'm wrong,
no,
252 WCMF.
I think
Can the
we
Coast Guard
came to
count
that
your fish?
establishment.
We got Coast Guard here.
I don't know. I mean, maybe they're not looking for that kind of stuff here.
I wouldn't think they're looking for like drugs and stuff
I don't know.
and booze.
Does Florida not have a? Well, they probably have a fish and game commission.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So maybe that's who's doing it. I don't
Florida
know.
Game Commission. Those guys are a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, look, if you work for the DEC, I'm assuming you're also passionate about the environment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you could.
Or you're looking for a sweet pension.
Well, but you
But
could.
that's your whole job though, right? It's keeping an eye on everything.
Yeah.
Now,
maybe you don't even have to look that hard a lot of the time.
Well, we did learn, based on allegations in Geneva this week, working for the police department doesn't necessarily mean you're super anti-crime.
Yes, that's
right.
right. Yeah.
Showing up allegedly at used car dealerships and selling prescription medication. All right, so this is your warning from the state of New York.
Yeah, because we're kicking off the big season here, buddy.
Last week we did. We talked.
Yeah.
Watch your goddamn bait bucks.
Yes, and don't listen to anything Tommy has to say about rules for outside. There is someone in this room. Would you say the words embarrassed?
I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. But I'm surprised he's taking it this far.
Okay, I mean, your father.
I'm not embarrassed because I'm not really involved, but
Oh, your
I just
dad?
I don't get it.
But your father's a man of principle. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, like if he feels like somebody wronged him, it's gonna bug him until he does something about it.
But here's the thing: this is past being wrong because now there is significant money involved here.
Yeah, yeah, but nobody wronged him necessarily.
Okay, you're right. But if you had an opportunity to put this back in your pocket, and here's the thing, it might be the exact amount where people are like, oh, now I got to do this. Kimmy's going to tell us why her father is trying to find a lawyer for something he did, but kind of got screwed over on.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we'll tell you the whole story. We'll do it next in the break room on CMF. the exact same amount of money
Yeah.
can be worth a different amount to different people. And I know that sounds stupid, but this story proves it.
All right.
Because someone very close to Kimmy is about to go to war
Yeah.
to get this cash back, despite the fact that, A, this was his fault,
Yep.
and B, Kimmy, everyone else in his life is telling him this is not worth it.
Not worth it.
Not worth the battle.
Not worth the fight at this point. I think he has gone through all the motions, and it came up short, and I think that's where you have to leave it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Creepy, buddy.
Yep, Creep Cab coming at you. And you would think that all of the dangers of the Soviet Union,
Yeah.
right, would be long gone.
Sure, yeah.
There is no way the Soviet Union could kill anybody anymore. But there is a chance,
Yeah.
at least if this story happens the way they think it's going to, that the Soviet Union, that has not existed since, 1991,
The old Red Empire.
could be responsible for a handful of more dead people based on something falling out of the sky.
Oh, really?
And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Kimmy, your dad's in a bit of a pickle right now.
He sure is. So I don't even know where to start here. So he went to pay his monthly bills, and he was trying to pay off one of his credit cards. And the way he does it is he does it through his bank app, and he has all the credit cards saved like in a drop-down menu.
Okay.
And he went to pay his MasterCard and instead picked a card that he hasn't had in about 10, 15 years.
Okay.
That is still saved in there for some reason. He just never deleted it.
Do you feel comfortable saying
Yeah.
the name?
So it was a an old Macy's credit card.
All right.
So he selects the Macy's one instead of MasterCard and sends like a $500 payment towards this card
To
that
a
doesn't
defunct
exist.
card he doesn't use anymore.
Yes. Or an account that doesn't exist.
So now he has $500 credit on a Macy's card.
Well,
Right, 'cause that's how it would sit,
You
right?
would think that, but because he canceled that account like a long time ago,
Oh.
he doesn't really know where that money went. But
Yeah,
it
'cause
got
they should
taken
have
out of
alerted
his
him.
account.
so the money's gone.
The money is gone. The money is out of the account, paid to this
Oh.
mystery
Macy card.
Macy account that no longer exists.
Macy's
and
just got
now,
fat.
And for like the last few weeks, he's kind of tried to track that down.
Yeah.
So all he has to do is call Macy's and get this squared
So
away.
he's called Macy's. They're like, listen, we can't locate that account. No longer exists. Like, we can't tell
Where'd the
you
money go?
where that money went. We don't.
Right, Macy
we
pocket.
don't have any record of it. I mean, just basically, he's talked to people. He
Yeah.
went into the store, talked to somebody, and they're like, look, like we don't have your money. It's essentially what they're
Okay.
telling him.
Okay, so all right, that sucks. You're out $500. There's nothing else he can do.
So that's obviously bothering him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he is now consulting anybody in the family that has any ties to being a lawyer or knows a lawyer on what he could do next
To track down his money.
to track down his money. And it's to the point where it's like he wants to, I don't know, I guess take them to court.
So he's
I don't
gonna
even-
take Macy's
But I
to
don't even
court.
think he knows where to start with that. It's more like he wants, this is what he wants. He wants a lawyer to do this work for free.
Gotcha.
That's what he wants. Because he
Okay.
doesn't want to obviously spend any more money on this whole ordeal, but he wants his money back.
Okay.
But to get that money back, you may have to spend some money.
Yeah.
But he's not going to quit.
My mom's trying to talk him out of it. My mom's like, look, it sucks, but we might have to call this a loss because, again, you're going to lose more money potentially trying to fight it and not, being guaranteed that you're going to get it back.
But it's more like principle, too. Like,
yeah,
he's pissed.
yeah. I mean,
gonna,
it's
gonna
eating
eat away
at him.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, here's the thing. It is a little weird, Tommy. This money could just disappear.
Well, you would think it would be the bank would know what happened because he
Yeah,
went
well,
to a
he's-
bank.
that's
app.
it. He's gone to the bank. He's talked to people at the bank.
Sue that bank.
For $500.
I'll sue everybody.
They tell him he has to talk to
Sue
Macy's.
you.
Macy's tells him he has to talk to
They're
his
giving
bank.
you a runaround.
Yeah.
I'd lawyer up.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF.
222 Sue.
252-9263. That's only 6 numbers, stupid. All right,
We still pick up.
Tommy,
What?
if you are in this situation,
Yeah.
are you getting a lawyer to figure this out?
No.
So you're done.
No.
How far
But-
would you have taken it?
Not very. My wife, very. My wife will fight on the phone for an hour for $45. I ain't doing it. I ain't got the patience. Life's too short. I'm not wasting blood pressure on things that I know I'm going to lose. Especially if I have to lawyer up and I'm going to break even or lose, what's the point?
Okay.
And I also don't. I have one great thing. I don't let things eat away at me too much like that. I just kind of let it go because I'm lazy.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. So, Kimmy, I understand that what your dad is doing is not, you're a little bit embarrassed. He's causing problems for everybody in the family. Here's the thing. I kind of get it.
Really?
First off, $500 is a lot of money.
But you never. But to the point, you're going to spend money and you're not going to get the $500 back.
Okay, but
here's the tricky part too. No, and I think this is what his bank is telling him essentially. Like, we can't call it fraud because you sent it somewhere.
Right.
It's not like somebody went and stole your account number and stole it out of your account.
Or tricked them.
You pressed send and you sent it to this mystery place.
And usually when you press send, it gives you another moment.
Yeah.
They go, do you sure you want to send this?
Yeah.
And then you go, yes, okay, hit send.
The guy made a mistake.
Right.
The guy made a mistake.
And I think that's also part of why he's so determined to get it back.
But here's the thing. If he sent it to some, shady shop in China that's going to know we're not, okay, fine, I get that. Like, you should have known better. It's Macy's.
But it's an
Macy's.
account that doesn't exist that he should have deleted a long time ago.
Okay. More importantly than $500 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
It is the principle of the thing.
Yeah, but how long are you going to waste your day doing this?
They've got my money that does not belong to them.
Listen to you.
And for some reason, no, they do. They wouldn't.
That's a lot of money. I work hard for my money.
Think about what you could do with $500 right
Well, you're not going to be able to do with it anyway. You got it.
You've never had $500 at once in your life.
Well, not like that. That's big money.
Like, even if you didn't need the $500, they shouldn't have your $500.
Whoever they
is.
I want it back.
It's in the cloud, man. Go up to the cloud.
It's in the cloud.
Yeah, it's in your wallet.
It's in a place you can't explain.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. What is the smallest amount of money you'd go to court for? Because we keep talking lawyer. Court, yes.
Like small claims?
Yes,
style?
so small claims, you do not need a lawyer. Right? You can show up to small claims court. Now, it turns out in New York State, there is no minimum you can take someone to small claims court for.
It should put a minimum in there.
It's only up to, so small claims court is up to $5,000 for a city court, up to $3,000 for a town or village. But like, if you owed me $5 and you wouldn't give it back, I could take you to small claims court from a $5, at least according to this.
Right.
So he could take Macy's to small claims court, not need a lawyer.
But I don't know if I think he wants somebody that knows what they're doing.
Well, to have to navigate.
Yeah, but I think it's like, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, all you lawyers out there, because I know we have a couple lawyers that listen, really bad lawyers that listen to the show. 252 WCMF. It seems like an oversimplified version of court so people can do it themselves.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like he would have proof that he made the payment. He would have proof that it came out of his account.
Right. But he made the payment. And
Understood.
That's the key word there.
But like, okay.
You know?
Like
if I give you $500 and I'm like, I didn't mean to give Pat $500. Now I want it back.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think there's an argument here, right? Because it was a complete accident.
It was.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm cheering for it.
But how much time are you going to spend, even if you didn't have to lawyer up?
Again, this has been a month, at least a month.
Would you spend 8 hours over 2 days trying to get $500 back?
Yeah, let's break that down. So that's about, what, $60 an hour? Yeah, that's worth it.
And you may not get it back.
May not,
put in already.
I'm going to take a swing.
But that's 8 hours over 2 days. You are going to be so exhausted. You're going to be so frustrated and pissed off.
It's $500.
I get it, man. But you just think of the energy you've expelled, and you made yourself sick over it.
Yeah.
You didn't sleep one night because of it.
At least.
Keep it.
$500.
Bro, I'm telling you, even when I was broke.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. There was no point in your life where you could afford to walk away from $500.
I stand behind what I say. I'm a lazy man, and I don't like getting upset. You know?
Okay.
And especially like, there's nothing worse. They put you on hold.
Yeah.
For an hour.
Yeah.
They come back on, transfer to this guy. Nothing. Well, I have to give you another number. Nothing. You're going to be miserable.
I want my $500. Maybe that's why Kimmy's dad can't get his money back. He keeps talking to the phone like that. Sorry, sir. $500.
But let's say you go to small claims court and you take this as far as it can go, and you still come up short, isn't that going to bother you even more?
Yes, but
you went to small claims Supreme Court.
Well, that's where you go to small claims court and they give you a burrito supreme. No, at least, look, you're right. It would be frustrating. At least I can go to bed now knowing I did everything I can to get my money back.
I mean, here's the other thing. Whether you win or lose, you're never going to shut up about it.
No.
I mean, it would be pretty fun to win your own case as your own lawyer.
See, there you go.
You tell me you wouldn't want to do that.
I took on the system myself, got my money back.
I would wear suspenders just so I could say in court, now I'm not some big city lawyer.
I also don't know who he actually would have to fight, if it would be Macy's or his bank.
But they don't even know where the money went.
Right.
So who's got it?
That's
so who you fighting here?
There has to be a third-party system that runs Macy's credit cards. That's who you take to court.
Oh, there you go. Mr. Lawyer over here.
I'm no big city lawyer.
I think there's a third-party situation here. We got to get to the bottom.
I'm a simple man that likes drinking iced tea on my porch. I like chasing around my hound. I'm in this court today because it's that simple. Even a man like me can understand that when I accidentally pay someone $500, I deserve that money back.
All right.
Your Honor. My Lord.
But again, this credit card was from so long ago. Who knows if that company even exists anymore?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's dad made a mistake and accidentally paid $500 to a Macy's account through his bank app that does not exist anymore, a Macy's credit card account. He tried to get the money back by calling Macy's. They said they don't know where the money is.
No record.
He went into Macy's. They said, we can't help you here. He called his bank. The bank said, it's not fraud. You gave them the money by accident. So now Kimmy's dad is hitting up family members involved in the law game.
Everybody know what they're doing.
To try and get some advice or some pro bono Macy's $500 work. Here's what sucks.
What's that?
Kimmy, I think your dad, when it comes to the financial line,
Yeah.
is at the line for most people.
Like the amount? Yeah, it really is.
It's $1,000.
It's almost like exactly
It's $1,000. That's like $500.
It really is. No, but like when you say 500, it's like when it's $1,000.
I'm looking at $1,000.
It's enough money.
Yeah.
Where it would hurt you if all of a sudden it went missing.
All right, but that's forever. You're not gonna financially collapse.
Okay.
Especially a guy of his stature. You got all that porn money he made back in the 70s.
I love how you waited for her to go on the phone.
That's under the table.
And now, well, yeah, that's how he did it.
Swedish erotica paid, bro.
No, that's what the movie he was called was in.
Yeah, that was a brand of Swedish erotica.
No, I meant Under the Table.
Oh.
Look, you can absorb losing $100. There are times where people gambling, breaking something
Oh
expensive.
yeah, people drop $500 at the tables all the time.
You'll lose $300. Can you think of a time in your life where you were out $500 and didn't feel sick about it?
Yeah, my first wedding, and I was sick about it.
That's what I just said.
But I was sick of her.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in. We'll get to that in a second. Yellow is on CMF.
Yellow.
Hello, Yellow.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
What up, bud?
So, about the small claims court, I had to take my ex-fiancée to small claims court to get my engagement ring back. And she actually showed up with an attorney and still lost the case.
You know why? Yellow's not a big city lawyer, but I know when I love you and you take advantage of me, I deserve that.
Okay, this is the saddest call we've gotten all day.
Why? He wanted his money back.
No, he wanted the ring back, and he couldn't get it from her.
Yes, that's why you take it.
Bro.
No, she actually told me to sue her for it.
And you did.
How much was
So
the ring
I wound
worth?
up getting, the ring was like $4,000. I wound up getting $3,000, which is way more than if I took it to a pawn shop. If she had just given it to me, I probably would have gotten less than half of that at a pawn shop.
Yeah, I would have let her walk with the ring.
$3,000?
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, but I don't want to deal with this chick. I mean, you know what I lost in that engagement I had.
Exactly, but it is what it is. And like I said, I still won the case, even though that she wound up with an attorney.
You had to listen to this guy. But that chick in Kentucky, she got the ring.
Yeah.
And I gave the deposits, and I walked. And I just got the job here. I was broke, and
Oh my God! Hey, there's a very important part of the story you're leaving out.
What?
That you were cheating on her with a woman named Troutmouth.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh,
Whoa! Okay, I gotta let you go. Yeah, take care.
She did not know that.
Doesn't matter.
She did not know
Doesn't
that until she
matter.
ran
That's what
into
was
a buddy
happening.
of mine and couldn't keep his goddamn mouth shut.
You're cheating on this woman. I had to pay for the wedding that was already planned. A woman,
We didn't know his backstory.
A woman you knew you weren't going to marry. You piece of garbage. Now I want to take it to small claims court. Let's go. We're all going. The big problem with Kimmy's dad, what he's facing here,
What?
he's up against a juggernaut. It's a big-time corporation.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Actually, two. A bank and a department chain.
If he takes Macy's to a small claims court or the bank, does someone show up? Because don't you get like
that's a good question. I mean, is there like a regional person that
How
handles this
sad
kind
a
of
sack
stuff?
is that guy? Regional small claims Macy's lawyer.
I mean, it must happen.
You talk about King Scuff Shoe.
You catty bitch.
Bro, this is going to be the rattiest of lawyers.
No, but like people, I mean, people
They might
must
send somebody. I have no idea.
and people must take Macy's banks to
It's
small
gotta
claims
happen a
court.
lot, I would think, for any big company.
What do they call that when the defendant doesn't show up? Default judgment. Maybe you can get a default judgment.
Man, by the way, again, you'd have to go to court, do all that stuff, wait around all day.
And what if Macy's says like it's not us? Like
Yeah.
Well, no, we go back to small claims court.
Because he doesn't even know who he's trying to sue yet.
Right. I think that's the bigger thing that's bugging
Right.
him.
All right, we got Facebook
He doesn't
messages.
even know who to be mad at.
Well, himself. I mean, he made a
But that
mistake.
ain't
Yeah, but if
happening.
you ask him, he's
Bas-
not that mad at himself.
Sorry. Facebook messages coming in. Julie writes us. He has to do this, referring to Kimmy's dad, I'm assuming.
Has to do it.
It's in caps. He has to do this.
It's a principle.
Not just for himself and the money he gets back, but to make sure something like this doesn't happen to other people. A company gets taken to court, they'll change the way they operate.
Oh, wait. So when he wins this case, fraud will just go away.
Well, this is
Everything. He'll change the system. What a dumb woman.
What?
That's the dumbest take.
I think it's a valid point. If it's
You
But
think
I
you
guess
think if he wins, it changes things.
maybe for Macy's or the bank.
It'll be on the news tonight.
Maybe it will be. Actually, this is the exact
Mr.
kind of
Kimmy goes to
I think
Washington.
this whole story is a warning to people: delete some payments you no longer make.
Okay, good warning.
That's some advice you could take.
And
from
think
it.
before you send.
Says Tommy Muley, who shared his entire password with our entire company in an email.
Besides that, that's all you got.
Also, I love how you go like, oh, he thinks it's going to be on the news. This is the exact type of story Berkeley Breen would do on 10 NBC.
He's probably already did it 10 times.
Oh my God! Don't encourage.
Come
this.
on,
Oh.
mister.
Do not encourage.
Come
my
on,
dad
Kimmy's
on
dad.
the news.
Come on, Kimmy's
with
dad.
I
Berkeley
didn't think
Breen.
about that.
Call up Berkeley.
He gets things done.
Yes, he does. You want me to give you? I got his
No,
phone number.
I'm
You want me
not
to-
doing it.
Because they
I'm
do
not
all that deep
encouraging
investigative
this.
stuff.
Yeah. He'll get a hold of somebody at Macy's.
Yeah.
Kimmy, we should text Berkeley Breen.
I don't want to do this to my poor mother.
Oh, yeah. She is very sweet. But then we wouldn't get to see your dad on the
We're
news.
making her life a living hell right now.
You don't want to. Okay. I'll tell you what. Why don't
All
we
right.
do a majority vote in the room?
All right.
All right.
Oh,
Majority
the three
wins.
of us.
All right.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you don't want to see Kimmy's dad on 10 NBC with Berkeley Breen. Okay, it's one hand. All right. Raise your hand if you do want to see Kimmy's dad on 10. Okay, that's Tommy's brace 2 hands, so we actually have 3.
Yeah.
It's democracy.
Let's do it.
I'm sorry.
Tell my mom. She's gonna be very upset with you too.
We're getting actual mad Kimmy
Yes.
face right now. She's going to start making dolphin noises in a second. Don't do it. We got Instagram messages coming in talking about Kimmy's dad accidentally sending $500 to Macy's that he can't get back. Brian writes, my dad took his neighbor to small claims court for $300
What a
Okay,
dick.
but you have a face to that issue.
But that's a dick, Dad.
after he broke our basketball hoop.
What is he doing, Duncan?
My brother and I had already moved out, so no one was using it. And this guy hit it with a 0 turn and knocked it down. They both took it very seriously, and my dad won. But it was a few weeks of him pretending to be a lawyer.
Oh God,
That does sound fun.
$300.
Yeah, but I get to be a lawyer.
And we have all that tension in the neighborhood.
You just hit my basketball hoop with a 0 turn.
So that had to be your next door neighbor.
Yes.
Yeah, you're
you
probably
took
right.
to
You hit it with the
court.
mower.
Yes.
But that guy was, yes, he hit it with the mower. Pay me for my basketball hoop.
Look at you.
What are you
man.
doing on my property?
When
when
did you become like old man neighborhood
I know.
chintz? You chintzing, bro.
Bro, if you do something to take money.
You're touching my property, I'm going to sue you. I'm suing back. I don't know what to do.
Any person stepping foot on your grass,
Touches my property.
you're a coward, so you'd run inside and melt down, but you wouldn't melt down.
Yeah, but I'm
Hey,
not
Steve,
suing.
how's it going? Door shuts. Oh,
Yes.
We got dueling. All right. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Creepy, buddy.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. And how the Soviet Union, despite the fact that it hasn't existed in almost a quarter century, has the potential to kill a few more people if this goes the way it goes. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. But first, there is a very, very, very good chance that this will go off with no major problems.
Okay.
However,
Yeah.
that chance is not 100% because there is a small chance that this will be a massive disaster. And we can all thank the Soviet Union.
So how big is this disaster?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. But
Okay.
It is Friday.
All right.
All of the disgusting things, Tommy said all week long.
Oh, another disaster.
Sit back and enjoy the Creep Cap on CMF.
It feels so dirty. Get down on the creep cap on WCMF.
Was Horny Corny busting his ass?
On my sister's ass, yeah.
Whoa.
That is your sister,
Whoa.
bro.
Bro, he tore my sister's ass up.
Okay.
But he did. Well, you don't think if horny corny's on you, you're going to know it?
Okay, I didn't. When I said Horny Corny.
The brother leaves a mark. Man, and that means you got to practice and coordinate all that.
No, I think you just show up and pull.
Yeah, but that
No,
practice,
that's your mom. Tug, 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 tug. Tug, 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 tug. Tug, 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 tug. Tug, 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 tug. But my sister always looked up to horny corny. Well, he kind of liked it.
All right, 252W. Oh, come on, man.
Hey, whale taint got to be the biggest ass taint, bro. You can feed a family of like forever with that taint.
Or
you can make roll-ups.
Back in the Depression, when they were eating whale taint, all we had was whale.
I believe we're lucky to have it. Kind of chewy.
Bro, you ain't doing squats. You ain't doing lunges.
I did a ton of squats last night.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's that?
Yeah, I told you I was working on the end.
Okay, good.
And then I went over to your mama's house. Squats a mo.
I think you're doing it wrong.
You work 15 hours and what do you get? Smoking outside and
a lot of sweat. Horny corny grabbed your sister and you're gonna regret.
Nope, that's not.
You absolutely can. You can taste the difference. I was petting your mama's tuna last night. It was delicious.
Uh-huh. See, you're already on the attack.
And that was an American tuna.
Uh-huh.
A West Side American tuna. Oh, yeah. Man, if you're horny corny and it's peas when you burn, you need a doctor.
Peas when you... Did he pick that up from your sister? That's what you're implying here. You finished the break with your sister giving your married friend who you insisted hook up with your sister an STD?
Possible. I know. Horny corny had many lovers. That might have been his problem.
Shut up.
It's so good to be a creep.
Did I say peas when it burns?
Peas when it burns, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's a dyslexia kicking in.
Tommy Bulik. 53 years ago,
what happened?
In the heat of the space race,
the
Soviet Union, the old USSR, launched Cosmos 482 into space.
The spy satellite?
No, it was not a spy satellite. The satellite, Tommy, was intended to make it to Venus.
Oh.
Yep. Because
How far to get?
Because Uranus was already full. You stepped on my great joke, damn it.
I'm sorry.
Didn't even use your mom. I used Uranus. So when it got out of the Earth's atmosphere, Cosmos 482.
Change of plans.
It malfunctioned.
Oh.
And it did not do what it was intended. And it's been up in space for the last 53 years.
Wow.
But as they say, Tommy, what goes up must come down.
Yeah.
It is predicted that today.
Oh, today's the day?
Today. Now, NASA is predicting that today, within the next hour, 10:37 a.m., or no, I'm sorry, tonight, 10:37 p.m. on May 9th, that Cosmos 482, a half-ton, 150-mile-an-hour traveling Soviet satellite, will fall back down and make contact somewhere on Earth.
All right. Look out, folks.
Somewhere.
Yes.
And they have no idea.
Well,
no idea.
Kind of have somewhat of a region,
no,
right?
they have no idea.
The region of Earth.
This was, I guess, like a week ago, but I thought they kind of had an idea of like where it was orbiting at the time, so they could follow a pattern. Like, so they kind of knew like around what area of Earth it was going to hit.
Okay, so to your point, now it doesn't give me anything in this article. It says because most of Earth is water, odds are very, very, very high. It just lands somewhere in water.
Okay, splash down.
Cool. But NASA says the odds that it hits land are not zero.
Okay.
Making it even more problematic. There's a parachute in this thing.
Yeah, but it probably didn't work. It's like there is a crap.
Yeah, battery powered. So battery's probably dead after 53 years.
Hey, doesn't it burn up on re-entry, though?
So that's the other thing. That was brought up by someone saying it'll be fine. The problem is it was designed to not burn up into the entry of Venus.
Why did you do that?
Because it was going to Venus.
Going to Venus.
Oh.
So
nothing to see up there anyway.
It's very possible.
So this thing comes in fully intact, doing 150 mile an hour.
At a half ton. and will collide somewhere on the planet, either like tonight into tomorrow at some point.
So it's what weighs a half ton and goes 150 miles an hour?
Your mom give it a knob? Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything that would be
You just did.
other than your mom giving it up.
So sleep soundly, everybody.
Well, I feel like this should be a bigger story because, like, I mean, Kimmy, you won't. I mean, you don't know. Do you know about Sputnik?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So, like, but that was a huge story back when it was happening, where people were like wearing helmets around as a joke.
Like,
afraid
you're saying it should have been a bigger story then or now?
Now that there's a half-ton Soviet space satellite that is going to hit somewhere on the Earth over the next like 48 hours.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a little more information about that.
Right? Like just ahead. Well, not that you could do anything to stop it.
Well, but maybe they could evacuate an area that they think it could potentially land.
But they don't know.
The East Coast?
Yeah.
But that was Sputnik too. They had no idea where that was going to land.
Well,
Right?
no, so Sputnik wasn't the issue with Sputnik.
What was the
Sputnik
issue?
is that they put it up and they were beating us to the space race.
No, okay. What am I thinking of then?
I don't know.
What was the one where everyone wore helmets with the name on it? Kimmy, could you
I don't
Google?
know.
Wait, they didn't know where it was gonna land?
It was going to crash somewhere on Earth. It was in the late 70s, early 80s. I thought that was Sputnik coming back down.
No.
What am I thinking of?
I think you're thinking of a goddamn movie you
No,
saw when
you
were
idiot.
wasted
No, I know this because
eating
my
Hot Pockets one night.
My Uncle Bob, he's a big old science nerd.
Yeah.
And when I was going through my grandparents' house after my grandmother died, he had a helmet with the name of the satellite on it. And he explained it to me. It was like a big old joke. It was like a huge
I
story.
do not remember any of this. And this is from the 80s?
Late 70s, early 80s. And my dad, who is not a science nerd at all.
Well, he's not a science guy?
No, knew about it. So I figured it was like an international story, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not totally up on my Soviet space history, other than the fact that they have audio of a guy who died in space.
I could just keep getting the current one. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm
I'm not sure which one you are referring to.
Anyway.
All right. So just be careful out there.
Well, no, but there's
tonight.
no. What do we got?
In late 1977, a Soviet Rorsat, they called it.
Okay, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, the Rorstats.
Shut up. Oh, you just
it,
take
nice
that,
people.
It malfunctioned.
Don't you take that
and
test and it looks like it's always your dad hitting you?
They couldn't control the spacecraft. I'm not saying I don't know. I
Okay,
gotta
maybe
keep
that's not what I'm
reading
thinking.
all
That doesn't matter. Bottom line is your house could be
Be
exploded.
careful tonight.
No, again, there's nothing
Listen,
you
you
can
got to
do.
listen. You hear some whistling coming towards your head.
You think it'll be like Looney Tunes?
Yeah.
You look up and then you whole little sign that says like, "Oh no."
Or help.
Wow.
But yeah, you made that noise?
Yeah.
It was great up
Who
until
else
you.
would have made it in this room?
Well, I thought it was like a sound effect.
Space Lab. Space Lab. Space Lab.
But did Space Lab
Space Lab. Thank you, Gary.
Did Space Lab crash?
Gary, did Space Lab crash?
Re-entry and yeah, that was 1979.
All right.
Space Lab. Yeah, it said Space Lab on the
Okay.
helmet. Yes.
All right,
It's
Space
all
Lab.
coming back to me now.
All right.
It scattered debris across the Indian Ocean
All right,
in
there you
Western
go.
Australia.
All right, I
All
knew
right.
I wasn't a total idiot.
Okay.
Except
Not
I-
Sputnik, though.
But okay, Space Lab. Both start with
It's
an
called
S.
Skylab.
Skylab. Doesn't matter. Thanks a lot, Gary. You made me look like an idiot. Skylab. So just keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing Monday next. On CMF. That's going to be a Rabbaroo.
Adios. Friday Rabbaroo.
For a Friday Break Room CMF, look who's back.
Yeah, finally.
We got to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Jolene,
don't take my music away.
Again, the opposite of that. She got 10 songs for you.
Oh, bless her heart.
Right in a row, 10 at 10 with Jolene. It's coming up here in a second, and we got to clear space for it.
Okay.
So to get out of the way, for Kimmy,
Yeah.
who does a dynamite bomb falling on your head
Yeah,
whistle.
that was
we just discovered.
shockingly good.
Yeah.
Can we work on the explosion?
Well, it's a distant one.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
gotcha.
in the distance.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
For Tommy Muley, whose entire life is nothing but a giant bomb falling explosion. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.